Do I have any friends? Do I have any fucking friends? I don't even know where to see if I've got friends. Do I have any friends? Aha! Ah, look at you with your fucking splinter. Look at you with your fucking splinter. So, hello? 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 Oh. Hello? 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 Are you having dinner? Not actually playing? I guess not. Just play on my own? Fine. Fine. Just play on my own. Oh, you see, I see. You joined my fucking party, but you wouldn't start the game. I see how it is. I guess there's nobody online. We can't find a game. It's like, nope. Trying to join a game, it says. Trying to join a fucking game. Come on. Sorry, you didn't have your headset on and you were busy doing stuff on your phone. Fine. I thought you were away from keyboard, that's all. I notice actually you don't have a keyboard plugged in, but you know, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one as a little bit of a fault. After this game you plug in the key. Oh, you want to give me like a comparison, right? So I can see how you are before the game and then see how you are after the game. Is that what you're saying? Oh, balls. Oh, hello. He's got a fucking fast gun. Haha. I've, I'm going to be a bit shit for a short while today because I've had a busy day and my head's not straight yet. Nice. I've just had a very busy day. Somebody at work that was quite important to the company has left, and we don't know why. But it's going to change everything. So whether it's for the better or worse, we don't know, but it'll definitely change everything. And of course I'm just trying to get stuff finished, you know. Oh crap, I've been a bit late for some deadlines because I just haven't been able to get stuff done fast enough.
Hostile care package in the area.
That one's dead. Of course, you get the message 4 seconds fucking later. Can you put your voice onto friends only so you can hear if I call anything in game? You don't have to speak back, of course. I mean, you'll get my voice twice, that's the only problem. You'll have it through the stream as well if you do that.
Friendly UAV on station.
At this time.
At least that way, if I call something out in game, you'll get it straight away, not 4 seconds fucking later or whatever the hell it is.
Ja.
It's already friend zone, so you can hear me okay. You can hear me in game, I guess.
One requesting recon at this time.
Copy. UAV is on station. Recon online.
See, you've always told me you just mute the entire lobby, you see, so...
Reloading.
The one in front of you. You can't hear me in game. Oh, you can if I press the button. You could always join Discord if that's any better for you. Then of course you'll hear me instantly. I mean, if you don't want to join Discord, that's fine. I can turn my shit on to friends only, so I can then talk in game.
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Reloading.
You don't need to hear call-outs. Yeah, but I need to know that if I do call them out, that you hear them.
On your six.
I'm trying to be a team player and all that shit. And I thought maybe eventually you'll actually speak.
Może jeszcze.
I thought maybe you'll speak one day. You've done it before. Shitballs, shitballs. We got some shitballs over here. We got some shitballs and they're playing COD.
Got your six. Contact. Reloading.
Hello. You just fucking appeared there.
Switching mags.
You just popped up out of nowhere.
Reloading.
Oh, hello. There's somebody in the water. In the water. There's somebody in the fucking water.
time.
Copy. UAV is on station. Not online. Friendly UAV online.
Bâtard, pareil.
UAV is exiting the area.
Oh, oh, nasty. Oh, crap balls. Walked into a fucking bouncing Betty bullshit.
So comment il a fait les
We got defeated, buddy. We got defeated.
Return to base.
We got defeated. What do you mean something just ain't right? Oh, do you wanna swap and do your keyboard and mouse? When you say okay, I don't know whether you've got you might have to leave the lobby. I can't remember how far you have to go back out to change over. But I'll pull us out of the lobby anyway. Right, you should be able to change over now. What did you mean by something ain't right? Can't hit shit. Yeah, I know what you mean. I have days like that as well. And I don't think that's something in the game that's like fucking doing it deliberately, but yeah, everybody has a couple of days or a couple of games and they can't hit shit. They all go, oh, it's the game, it's against me, the game's against me. And I don't think it is. I just think it's sometimes things just don't register properly between you and the server. There's like a server disconnect. Anyway, so I'll explain why I was late on today. I was messing around with my audio again so I could plug in my surround sound speakers directly to the PC rather than through a subwoofery kind of thing. So I'm driving the speakers directly from the PC now rather than through an optical digital connection. It just makes things more versatile. Gives me surround sound in games that don't normally have it. I've installed something called Crew Chief that I can use. You can't find your mouse. Do you want to have a look for it for 5 minutes? I've installed something called Crew Chief for driving games, and you know when you're in, I'm sure you've heard it before now, when I've been in a driving game and there's like a voice in the background that's saying there's one behind you, there's one here, there's one there, there's a spotter. The Crew Chief thing, you can make that work in most of the games, so even the games that doesn't normally have one, I can have one. And I've been having a lot of success actually on my favorite track with some cars that I didn't think would perform well. and I've been learning how to drive them a bit better. It's been kind of a fun few days. I mean, ideally, I'd like to do some online races, but I kind of want to get myself to a little bit of an ability first, so I don't just get fucking lapped on the first lap. Well, that was going, dropped in, and then dropped back out again instantly. I've actually been able to use, I think I've done it with 2 cars now, where I've got a lap of the Nordschleife, which is the Nürburgring. I've got my lap time with 2 particular cars down to under 7 minutes, which is pretty, in my opinion, pretty fucking impressive. I mean, compared with the best in the world, it's fucking shite, but the Nordschleife is that great big long fucking track that I was playing on for the entire evening one night when I kept getting the other cars to run out of petrol or fuel, whatever you want to call it. Right, I'm going to make a drink while you have a look for your mouse. I will be back in a short while. fucking sure you're right. Yeah. Oh no, we got a blank screen! Oh, shit balls! Fucking easy headshot. No worries, dude. No worries. Right, we're back in now. We're fucking back in! Well, you said you found the mouse, but it's not plugged in, is it? It's not fucking plugged in. It still says you're on a controller. It's all really. It says you're on a controller on the screen. Look at the screen. It just shows you on a controller still. Leave the party and come back. No. You have not got your settings in here. You have not got your settings to say mouse. If you don't have your settings to say mouse, it means you're using a controller. Leave the party and come back. Ah, you've got a mouse now. Sorry, you were on a controller a second ago. You've just done that, haven't you? You've just fucking done that. There you go. See? Proper player now. Fucking proper player. Look, Xbox and a fucking mouse. Proper player. You're gonna fucking hit. You're gonna hit everything. Headshot now. I know how it is. You're just teasing me with a controller, and then you're gonna show me what a godlike you are with a mouse. Ah.
What's it called?
I don't know what it's called. Sloppy floppy.
Headshot. It's gonna be headshot all the way, mate. It's gonna be headshot all the way for you. The people on the other team seem to be a little bit on the mouthy side, so I'm wondering if we're going to get the accusations coming in this one. Oh, that was unfortunate.
Oh my goodness.
Throwing grenade!
Oh crap. Fucking behind me and everything. Okay. There are 3 people on the other team who were talking to each other, so whether they're in a group or not, I don't know.
Cold-blooded online.
I'm reloading! Incoming!
Hostile UAV in the air.
That was fucking shit. I think we've got the sweaty betties.
fucking welcome.
UAV active. Hostile Cali overhead. UAV overhead. UAV active.
Throwing an ammo box!
My fucking mouse feels too fast tonight.
Oh shit.
Oh, Sloppy McFloppy's fucking having a fit!
Look at you, huh?
Ha ha ha! Let's have a click on that one.
Hostile VTOL incoming. The enemy's gaining ground. Push them back. Hostile airstrike incoming. Ghost online.
Come on, you fucking.
Trying to get the fuck out of there.
Throwing grenade!
Hostile UAV in the area. Hostile airstrike near your location.
Behind us.
Oh crap.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Max!
Hostile UAV in the area.
Rolls.
One requesting recon at this time.
Copy that. UAV online and orbiting.
I am with you.
UAV is bingo fuel. RTB.
Ich kann's auf.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Balls.
Kein Geber.
It's a fucking intense game, this one.
Let me hear you say murder. I could murder.
Fucking murder.
Murder, a murder. Schauen.
32 Cowboys.
I see you got like fucking 11 headshots there. I see about 11 headshots. That was a pretty fucking intense game in all fairness. It was non-stop. I changed my fucking mouse a little bit. .3. Everyone in the enemy team was camping. I didn't see that. I saw most, well, half of them at least running around, and then the other half obviously not. I've had 4 people drop into the YouTube. That's awesome. Nobody's bothered about stream anymore, about Twitch anymore. I got a nice little clip where somebody accused me of hacking. That was funny. He's fucking having a fit.
Oh shit.
Oh, Sloppy McFlop, he's fucking having a mouse feels too fast tonight. Oh my goodness. This map is fucking huge. It's huger than huge. It's a 6-player map that needs like 30 players. Or a 12-player map rather that needs about 30 fucking players. It's fucking huge. Everybody just holds angles because it's so fucking big. Fucking knew I heard footsteps.
Activated. Friendly UAV on station.
Good job, dude.
Reloading. Frag out.
2 in front of you.
Standing by.
Clear the both full. Oh, crap balls. I screwed myself up then.
Friendly UAV online.
Taking effect. Reloading.
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Target down. Activating DDoS.
Ooh, nice. I'm gonna fucking die in a second there. Oh, oh.
Halfway to mission complete. Keep fighting.
There's 2 or 3 of them that are just fucking. They're not even camping. They're just sitting in corners, looking at the corner. I don't know what. I don't understand what they're doing. They're just. It's like they're fucking away from keyboard and they're just facing the corner. I mean, maybe they're, I don't know, testing a mouse out or something like I do. The 360 rotation. I don't know. Problem is, I don't. When I spawn, I don't know how to quickly get back to where I just was.
You're shooting friendly. Covering your six.
Swim.
Hostiles deploy the bomb drone.
Changing mag. Holding. Check.
I don't know. He just fucking appeared in front of me again. Shit.
Hostile UAV active. Hostile UAV overhead. UAV is on station.
Reloading.
Our mortar strike is inbound. Fuel.
Wow. Wow. Now where the fuck is that bloke fucking camping? Holy shitballs.
Throwing flash grenade.
Fucking knob. Oh, there was an open door and the dude was just fucking hiding behind the open door.
Hostile UAV overhead.
Ah, crap. Oh, hello.
Hostile UAV in this sector.
Oh god, I don't know where the fucking person is. I'm looking up and he's down. There's too much, I think there's too much verticality in this game. Oh, where the fuck am I? Oh, okay. I didn't know where the fuck I was then. I've never been in that part of the map before.
Got them on the run. Keep it up.
Changing mag.
Standing by. Sentry is active.
Throwing flash grenade.
Nice.
Fleet, good work.
Have I got... I'm actually wondering if I've got some fucking acceleration in my mouse. I don't think I have. But I did put some in last time I played, I think. Nope, I definitely don't have any. Okay, we'll try that. We'll try this. Right, weapons. Where am I? 10 of 19. I've still got loads to do with this gun. Loads to do. Righty ho, righty ho. How'd you get your splinter? Did you have to pay for it? Oh, shitballs. Out of fucking ammo. Twat.
Reloading.
Even a good way to rack up kills. You
Changing mag.
Cold-blooded online. You secured the lead.
fucking love marksman rifle.
Fire. Watching your six.
Guys off the roof. Oh shit, back on the roof above you.
Friendly UAV on station.
Oh, you bugger.
People in the other team getting a bit vocal. Splinter, you got Splinter the character, haven't you? Oh, nasty, one on the roof.
Friendly mortar strike on the way. Hostile UAV overhead.
Requesting recon flyover.
UAV orbiting the AO. Recon is online.
You down to your own kill streaks, but you don't.
UAV is being refueled. RTB at this time.
Friendly counter UAV on station. Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Oh shit balls. I don't know where the fuck that person is, but
Reloading. Got you covered. Dropped it.
Friendly cluster mine set. Friendly UAV on station.
shit balls. Fucking weird, I didn't even know where the fucking bullets are coming from.
I've got your back.
The mission is half complete. Finish it.
Reloading. Fool. Sniper's down.
I avenged you, sorry I couldn't kill him first.
Friendly chopper gunner servicing target.
There's one in the bus.
Friendly cluster mine planted.
Target down. Grenade out!
Friendly UAV online. Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Changing mags. I've got your back.
Friendly mortar strike on the way. Enemy in the area.
He got fucked.
Reloading.
Friendly overwatch helo entering the AO.
Requesting recon flyover.
Copy that. UAV is launching.
Auto 6.
Be advised. UAV is exiting the AO.
We're gaining ground. Don't stop. Friendly UAV on station.
Nice. Good job, Mr.
Good
Cox.
fighting.
Oh, look at the thermal.
Cheating bastards.
Just put a GG up there. You got all of your kill streaks there. Nice job. You gotta thank me for one. That character there looks like fucking Splinter to me. That looks like you got a Splinter kit on, dude. Okay. Sorry, Shredder, not Splinter. Shredder.
Team deathmatch. Rather one.
What the fuck is that twat doing? You're practicing fucking running or something, running and jumping. Behind. Oh god, I was surrounded. Fucking surrounded!
Changing mag.
Hostile UAV
Enemy in the area.
sector.
Okay.
Hey, you're shooting at them.
Да, ду-
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
That BVFR is, I've not seen him shoot or anything like that, but the amount of kills I'm seeing on the screen, he looks a little bit on the suspicious side.
Hostiles launched a cruise missile.
I'm I'm not saying there's anything wrong, it's just that he's doing a lot of kills and he doesn't seem to be dying very much.
Ghost activated. Hostile UAV overhead.
What happened to your last match? Last match you rocked, dude. You were the best in the world last match, weren't you? I think it's just the whole skill-based thing, you know. You go up and down with the enemies that you're against. Go up and down in skill level. So you know, some matches you win, some matches you lose, some matches you absolutely fucking own, and some you get totally fucking destroyed.
Friendly UAV online.
The weird thing, I know I don't often, well, I do kind of complain a lot about fucking sound in a game, but The problem I get with the sound in Call of Duty, the last few Call of Duties, is you kind of hear a few steps, but in this specific game, the steps are very unidirectional. They make a lot of noise, but there's no direction to them. And they've deliberately cheaped out on the audio as well. Oh, shitballs. They've deliberately cheaped out on the fucking audio, and they haven't done as many audio channels and stuff like that, so you can't always identify where the fucking footsteps are coming from. You can hear them, but you can't always identify where they're coming from. The chances are, you know, we did well in the previous game, so you know, we've been probably put up a little bit of a standard for the next match. So this one's going to be a hard one. The next one will be equal to this one, and then the next one will probably put us back down again if we don't do okay. That seems to be how it works. I mean, I haven't got a fucking problem with the way that works.
Bien joué.
It's kind of too big, yeah. It is a big map, but you can get around it quite quickly. You know, you can get around the map quite quickly. There are a lot of short routes, like from point to point. There are a lot of points from point to point. Yeah, I just kind of feel that BVFR dude was just a little bit too successful in the early part of the game, but then it started to slow down a bit towards the end. It started to slow down towards the end, so maybe his aim assist got taken away from him. I don't know. It's a semi-auto that's one-shotting in the head, yeah. But is it, the thing is, I mean, is it one-shotting when, is it one-shotting like full health, full everything else? Or is it just a headshot that's one-shotting? And it's kind of, but there may be some strong builds of gun that we're unaware of. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to play the video back all the time. You know, I didn't bother recording that one. I didn't bother keeping it, but I would have to kind of play it back and have a look. But unless I'm on the receiving end of it and I've got full evidence and kill cams and shit, you can't say anything. It's really difficult. There seemed to be something a little bit wrong early. Yeah, I know. There seemed to be something very wrong early in the game, but as the game progressed, like, his kill rate slowed right down.
Team deathmatch.
So you know, I'm kind of just guessing that It was just an early gullible streak where he was killing people which were like running around, and he was kind of waiting, if you know what I mean. See, I've just one-shotted somebody with my marksman. But which non-marksman rifles are semi-auto? Which non-marksman rifles? You mean it could be a battle rifle? Battle rifles will one-shot you in the head. So I don't know. I've got no clue. Holy crap balls. Oh, nasty. Oh, they got a guy laying down in a fucking container. See, it's the same guy now. Seems to be doing all of the killing, if you know what I mean, on the other team. It seems to go in little spates. I think maybe he's turned an LMG on or something. I think maybe that dude had turned an LMG on or something.
UAV is on.
Mission compromised. We have defeated.
At least it gets the map over with, right? Fucking hate that map. Best map ever. Yeah, if you're 10. If you're 10, it's the best map ever. It's sometimes good if you want to sit in the corner and hide behind everything and then just fucking rank your guns up and stuff. Wow, if you like that map, you're not 18, I'm sorry. You've been lying to me about your age. I think 5-O-Matic must have fell off the face of the fucking planet again. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Who's speaking? Somebody's fucking speaking in the game. It's like, hey, 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 hey. Yeah, I think 5-O-Matic fucking fell off the planet Earth again.
Had het eigenlijk trainer laten worden?
Yeah, he's found the gym. He's found a friend at the gym. You know, that kind of thing.
Was für eine Trainer? Ja, weißt du, warum das so lange dauert? Guck mal, was du noch gestartet hast. Läuft die ganze Zeit auf Fortnite im Hintergrund.
Premium ones.
Okay. Team Deathmatch. And Battlefield Fest.
Gaming for gym rats. Nah, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying there.
Oh, like,
I tell you what, I told you my wife's given me the go-ahead to buy that expensive fucking steering wheel, haven't I? Gym rat is what you call someone who uses a gym. Oh, I don't call them gym rats. I've never called them gym rats. I've heard the statement. The bit that I didn't understand was where you said you gaming for gym rats. I didn't kind of get that bit, that's all. Don't worry about it. What I call it, a person that goes to a gym is fake muscles.
I got him.
Because they build the gym muscles.
Things going down to that. Fucking do fuck all.
I got more for strike then.
Our mortar strike is inbound. Enemy care package incoming.
Fuck you. You fucking knob.
Oh my goodness.
Enemy counter UAV.
They're all spawning and then just fucking sitting down.
I'm with you. Get a dragon breath out.
Got it on the front. Back up there. Fucking smelly cunt. Ah shit, this that.
Hostile care package deployed. Enemy UAV overhead.
I had him. Can't not need this now.
Oops. No, sometimes I just can't see him.
Who's on it?
Hey, they're on.
Come on, wait then.
They're literally spawning and then sitting.
Anyways, test it.
Ah mate, I got worse with the last thing I test.
You don't need your eyes tested, dude. The game just hides them sometimes.
Yeah. Figure right, Matt. Ah, they all camping downstairs.
Oh, right there, got it. Fuck that.
Plastic bullets.
Must be. Yeah.
I'm reloading.
GG.
Yeah, you're all leaving with it. Exit there.
Ah, no way.
Stay sharp.
Ah, shitballs.
UAV is orbiting the area.
One requesting recon at this time.
Copy. UAV is on station. Recon online.
Friendly airstrike in the AO. Hostile mortar strike in the area.
Orders.
Oh god. They're all camping in that building.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Holy fuck.
Nice. Swiped off a team out.
Oh, shit.
Someone coming down top of us.
Yeah, I know you just saw it. Where'd he go?
Friendly close.
Eerie. Haha.
Come on, pop it out, the little cunt.
Fucking reloading. Always get caught fucking reloading.
Oh, in the building. You just passed now. In the doorway.
Right? Oh, you motherfucker. Right downstairs.
I go into the shop.
There's two in their cots.
Oh. Don't get that.
I know, it turned on too late.
Got your back.
Oh, you fuck.
Where was he? Oh, I can see him.
Hiding in the barn.
Oh,
Enemy UAV
On your
active.
6.
Done.
I see you.
Pressure land.
Bolts.
In the area.
Ah, motherfucker.
Oh my god. They're bulletproof
Ah, I
vest.
don't have my shotgun with them.
Oh shit. I keep getting... It's always when I'm fucking reloading, 'cause it takes like 2 hours to reload. Nice.
Nice.
Solid work.
GG.
Yeah.
That was a cool game.
GG.
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 So did you have to pay for that skin then, or did you just get it? Was it just free for everybody?
Dentro, oggi mi devo pareggiare i bancali, devo sapere dove è la tua roba. Oh. È lui il capo, è lui che gana sei le robe per andare a casa lì. Sì. Stasera mi hanno rotto pure il cazzo al lavoro, quindi. Per i bancali. Uno li vuole pareggiati a filo, l'altro li vuole pareggiati.
The shredder skin you're wearing, did you have to pay for it, or was it free?
Bello.
Oh, you mean the one that you just changed out of? Okay.
Unit 1, you clear to engage.
Ma perché io sento quelli dell'altra squadra?
We have taken the lead.
Solo a destra.
Enemy down.
Sei giunto come se...
We've lost the lead.
No movement.
Te l'ho detto. Arrivano dalle scale.
de las banderas. La taquilla y el punto de información están más adelante. Está prohibido comer,
A mí sí,
beber,
Peter.
fumar y el uso
Fuck
de
me, I can't see anybody.
Disfruten. Welcome to the
Secondo me non mi sento.
Killed one and that's it now. There's none left. Oh,
Ma mi sentite?
oh, oh.
Io sento quelli dell'altra squadra.
Online.
Oh, I see. So you can only have it if you're on the one team, like good guys or bad guys kind of thing.
Hostile cluster mine detected.
I'm reloading.
Oh crap! Could fucking change. Yeah.
Ma davvero?
It's just you don't often notice. You know, it's a big change to change out of that particular skin. So. Extreme right, dude.
Quanto fai te?
Around. Changing mags.
Friendly UAV online.
No movement.
È un altro.
Our UAV ready to deploy.
Setting claymore.
Oh crap! Didn't fucking see the last one. Fuck.
Friendly cluster mine deployed.
Il pinguino non c'è mai.
Please refrain.
Reloading.
It's down, Cox.
You're halfway to mission complete. Keep it up. Copy. UAV is on station. Beacon online.
Copy that. Mortar strike inbound.
UAV is bingo fuel.
Ce n'è uno a destra.
Direct hit. Enemy KIA confirmed.
Cluster mine set. Friendly UAV on station.
Throwing grenade! One requesting recon at this time.
Copy that. UAV online and orbiting the AO.
Mortar support incoming.
Copy. Mortar strike inbound now.
RTB at this time.
Good hit.
Friendly UAV online.
What do you mean absolute? Why am I an absolute knobhead? What have I done now? What have I done to make me an absolute knobhead, huh?
Cristo! Ma cosa salti? Mi stavo lasciando da solo.
One of the characters
Salti.
called me that for
Ma
shooting.
spara!
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'll take that. Oh, fucking shot in the back by a camping sack of fucking shit.
E quando cazzo li tiri più fuori?
Lying down in the middle of fucking nowhere, waiting for that one shot to come across, huh?
Got him on the run. Keep it up.
That's fucking ridiculous.
UAV overhead. In the area.
Nice.
The mission is complete. Well done.
He came back. Camping sack of shit came back.
De las balderas. La taquilla y el punto de información se encuentran más adelante. Está prohibido comer, beber, fumar y el uso de
Damn, had a couple of extra people drop into the old fucking YouTube and then fucked up 15 seconds later. Awesome. Awesome, I tell you. Fucking awesome.
Ich würde das mal gerne probieren.
You
Das freut mich
scooped
nicht,
out
Digga.
all the chocolate with it.
Warum das denn, Alter?
Wow.
Immer probieren, Alter. Probieren geht über Studieren.
Jetzt 30 Tage kannst du so senden.
My weapons gotta be close now, surely. Okay, marksman rifle's taking me fucking ages.
30?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't kind of listen to them that much. It's just noise to me.
Number 2 lost comms. We may be compromised.
Geht nur Hauppauge für die Straße abschieben.
All hunters, destroy all threats.
Dana, Beste.
Oh crap.
Breaker war einer.
This gun ain't ranking up. Yeah, it's some of them do take longer than others, I've noticed, you know. Even if they don't have so many rank numbers, which a lot of them actually do.
Watching your six.
Wer hat dich da weggekommen damit? Die Luft gejagt.
I avenge you. Oh shit! Fucking hell, dude!
Cold-blooded.
Scheiße.
Did I just run past a friendly? I thought it was an enemy, and I thought it was a friendly. That sucks if I did.
Area.
Alter Schwede, der liegt vor ihm und sieht ihn nicht. Im Haus.
Ja, klar, Alter.
Kommen hier alle in das Haus rein. Ey, was ist das für ein
One in front of you, Cox.
Haus?
4 seconds behind, obviously.
Ja, Senfgas.
Ach du Scheiße, ey.
Oh, die rockt er da. Immer auf Satz sieht die richtig ab.
Scheiße.
Reloading.
Ja, Mann, Kanalratte. Ja, ihr Kanalratten, Alter.
Friendly UAV.
Fick euch.
Geil. Ich hab meinen Koffer eh nicht, kann nicht aufnehmen, Alter. Ist auch geil.
Alter, was hat er denn für eine Waffe, Alter? Was ist das denn? So ein Teufelspentagramm oder was? Was ist das denn, Alter? Was ist das denn für ein Schwachsinn? Krass, wofür die Kinder ihr Geld ausgeben, Alter. Ey, die machen doch
It's
Millionengeschäfte jetzt.
there's a couple of people who are fucking talking and they won't shut up. Again, it just fucking irritates the shit out of me. It's because it's a foreign language. To me, it's just fucking noise.
Ich würde sowas kaufen, wenn das so ein riesiger Schwanz wäre. Dann würde ich das kaufen. Ich gehe hier schön oben hin, das ist meine Lieblingsposition. Wenn du mich suchst, ich finde es mich hier.
Oder hier oben, da ist
Hier, das hier.
hier, wenn wir jetzt richtig
Schön mit,
Motherfucker.
schön mit Bazooka oben. Hab auch einen weggeholt mit Bazooka, das war so schön. Da geht mir das Herz auf.
Und oben ist es hier unter der Mülltonne in den Gang hier im Garten, Alter. Ich hab sogar Muni.
Ich hab selber Muni, alles gut. Ich hab immer Munition als Klasse dabei, also extra. Der hat uns zu dritt weggeholt.
Ja.
Aber guck mal, wie dämlich er uns
I
weggeholt.
think one of the fuckers is camping and he's just been killed by somebody with a fucking rocket launcher and he's getting pissed. He's getting pissed because he got shot by somebody by a rocket launcher because he's camping his ass off.
Der Hurensohn hat mich schon wieder weggeholt mit der Bazooka. Der Bastard. Aber weißt du, wie er damit umgeht? Der weiß gar nicht, was er da macht, Alter.
Friendly UAV on station.
Vorsicht, da kommt einer.
Wir wohnen hier hinten, meine Freunde.
Oh, dude, that fucking dude with the rocket launcher is awesome. He's just spraying it anywhere and he's getting fucking kills all over the place with it. I mean, there is some logic behind what he's doing, obviously, but...
Bei mir? Redest du mit mir? Ja, ja. Ja, ja, weggeholt. Ach du Scheiße. Ich muss mir mal dieses Schnellladen zulegen, das dauert so lange manchmal.
Ja, dann hat er drin.
Macht schon Sinn.
Oh my goodness! This dude with the rocket launcher is fucking awesome.
Schön weggeholt. War das geil?
Geht aus, oder?
That dude with the rocket launcher was fucking awesome. He was just playing purely with a rocket launcher, but you only get like 2 rockets, and you got to reload, then 2 rockets, and you got to kind of, you got to re-get your ammo kind of thing. And he was annoying the fuck out of a couple of people on our team, and it was really funny because like, oh, the fucking not rocket launcher, they were calling it a bazooka, and they're like, oh, that man with the bazooka, oh no, that man with the bazooka, and this guy was kind of, he had a good shot at him, but he couldn't hit shit, and the guy with the bazooka kept fucking him up every time. He was good. It was good fun. Oh no! Not this piece of shit map. I like it when people fuck around with, you know, just any old fucking weapon. They're enjoying themselves, they're having fucking fun, and it's annoying as fuck to the people which are running around with all of the fucking meta weapons and all that kind of crap, and they're getting their asses kicked by somebody with a fucking bazooka. This map is just horrible. It's just fucking horrible.
You are clear to engage all threats.
Throwing Semtex.
Oh, nice! Is that the same person? Somebody on here with a rocket launcher as well.
Target down.
Cold spot is activated. Our UAV is orbiting the area. Friendly UAV online. Friendly care package in the AO.
There must be a rocket launcher challenge, I guess.
Ready for fire mission.
Requesting recon flyover.
Copy that. UAV
Position mark.
your mark. Order strike inbound. Good hit.
Target marked. Request fire mission.
Copy that. Barrow 6 inbound for SAE.
Haha, they fucked me up eventually.
No hits on that pass.
I got in their spawn, I just kept spawn raping them.
Reloading.
Our UAV is orbiting.
Oh crap. Jumping from bus to bus.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Hello.
I just realized I'm here 10 minutes to 10 to 10.
It's Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday. I was sure.
It's Friday. I came on a bit later today. I was fucking around with my sound. I had some sound issues I was trying to fix. I don't know where that person is exactly, so I'm a bit closer. Behind the
I
car.
think I might play some Apex Legends. I'm actually not too happy about them getting rid of the 3v3 mode.
Why?
That's good. The 3v3, I really like that mode.
Well, what is it now?
It's team deathmatch.
Oh, and that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's good.
Why does Steam keep
It's more accessible.
updates recently?
Team deathmatch is more accessible. It means you don't have to rely on teammates. You don't have to get wound up by teammates. You can play your own thing.
That's an annoying thing anyway.
But, I mean, it's each to their own at the end of the day. It would be very, very useful for me to go in there if it's team deathmatch only. Because then I could kind of learn the gun handling and stuff like that. I can't... I find it almost impossible to learn gun handling while I'm in like a, you know, like a shooting range kind of situation, because that's not real gameplay, and the guns seem to handle differently in the shooting range than what they do in gameplay.
Yeah, because they have all the nice attachments on them and all that.
So it's like you know when people used to go into Halo, whatever, we'll say 3, I think it was 3, they would go into the, I think it's called the Forge, or they'd go into somewhere and they'd learn where all the stuff was in the maps. You know, they'd run around the maps and learn where everything was, and learn where all the pickups were, and learn where all the weapons were. I've never been able to do that in a game because it's not a game situation. So for me, every time I've tried to do that, I learn where they are, but when it comes to game situation, I panic and I forget where they were. So for me, that situation doesn't work. I can never ever do that. I learn very many different things very differently to other people. I think I've said to you in the past, I can't be taught, I have to learn. And I know that's very, very contradictory. I can be shown the basics, but the intricacies I can't be told. As in, if somebody says this is a really good spot to hold, or this is a good spot, or that's a good spot, and if you're going to be in this area, this weapon's your best option because of the distances. I have to learn that stuff. I can't be taught it because I don't believe what people tell me. I'm just like, I know you're saying this, and I know you've got the best interests in heart, but I need to learn this stuff for myself. I need to understand why you're telling me this. And I can't do that without experience. So it takes me a long time to learn things. But when I learn them, it becomes second nature. It's really weird, but I've always been like that. I always learn things differently.
You gotta do the thing. I came across a new idea for a study because I can't do it. I just can't concentrate for that long. Just sitting there rereading shit I already read and things that I don't actually care about in the slightest. But I came across a new idea that's like recording yourself reading your notes.
Oh yeah, that's actually something a lot of music artists do. Very, very famously, Ozzy Osbourne. If Ozzy Osbourne was going to do a cover of somebody else's song, which obviously he didn't do very often, but if he was going to do a cover, what he would do was he would write the lyrics on a piece of paper with his own hand and a pen. The reason for that was because then the lyrics came out of his hand and out of his head, so he could learn them easier. So it's a very weird way of learning things, but you see, I learn by doing. I don't learn by reading. You can give me all the fucking books you like, all the books in the fucking world, but until I actually do it, I haven't learned a thing. And to be honest, most people actually do. You don't learn how to do something until you do it. You can't read a book and then know how to drive a car. You have to learn the process, the physical process.
Yeah.
Nice. So yeah, it's very, very strange how some people fucking learn and some people don't. I mean, everybody says, oh, I'm an optical learner, but you're not.
Ja. Det er ret nok. Men man er næsten nødt til... Fuck, det er sygt, det der.
Right, let's see.
Oh, what was that message on the screen then?
Huh?
I don't know, there was a message on the screen. I'm going to click it and see if I can get back to it. If you're going to be...
Right.
Oh, shit.
Right, let's see.
It's so boring when the whole enemy team camps. Okay. Yeah, that's what the clips are good for. That's what the clips are good for. Make a clip and then I can go back and read the shit that goes missing, because in this game, the messages go away when the map ends, whereas in previous Call of Duties, the message you could still retrieve it.
Really?
Yeah. If somebody typed, you know, in the text box in the game, if somebody typed in the text box in the previous 2 Call of Duties, or maybe from Modern Warfare 2019 onwards, if somebody typed in the text box, the message was still there. Even when the map refreshed, it was still there. You could call up the message box, but now you can't. It kind of clears its cache. Carx was just playing Assassin's Creed. He was fucking jumping all over the buses and everything on that one.
I wasn't really paying attention.
Buses, which Assassin's Creed?
Oh, what the fuck's going on here?
Assassin's Creed is pretty cool. But what's going on?
I've got... oh, shit, what have I fucking done? I've pressed the fucking button. I can't move, I've got no movement.
Game sounds I'm fucked again.
Huh.
Yeah, I've got to keep messing around with it. 1 minute it's like really loud, and then it's really quiet, and then it's really loud. Where the fuck is everybody? I haven't even seen anyone yet.
I can't move. I've got a cursor on the fucking screen.
Spawned on the wrong side.
My keyboard's not working.
Whereabouts are you? Upstairs? You get fucked up?
Fucking Apex Legends shaders are compiling and it's... Oh, it's not very nice to look at.
I got kicked for inactivity. I couldn't fucking move.
I know you couldn't.
I'm fucking smacking the keys and everything, and it's like, no, you ain't moving. It's because I think I tried to type something and I didn't clear properly. Where's friends on this? I can't remember where fucking friends are. Mr. Cart.
Jesus, why are these shaders taking so long to compile?
Because they do.
This fucking game. Of course they just do. I'm trying to get off relying on my mouse buttons for sprint.
Okay.
So
okay.
I'm trying to do sprint through shift. I'm so used to doing that.
Shift through sprint is probably the default way of doing things, but I've used fucking shift for crouch for years.
That's the same here.
Carx, did you drop?
Use text to speech, I'd be like.
Did you for? I use well, I'm actually on a left-hand single-hand keyboard. So, Carx, are you in my party or not? Yeah, you are. Did you leave the game? Oh, you're not talking to me, are you? You told me to stop using them cheats. Oh, fuck. No, I don't know what I think. I was trying to type something, and the game changed. The game started, and it's like I was moving the fucking cursor around the screen. It wasn't moving the character. Well, why can't I get back in? Why can't I get back into your game then?
Oh, thank you, Apex. I'd love to just
tell you what. I'm gonna leave the party, and then I'm gonna try and join your game and see if that works. It might work. Might not. If not, I'll just wait for you. Nah, it's not going to work, I don't think. Oh, actually, no, it says you're not the party leader, so stand by.
I guess you're not the party leader. You're gonna have to stand by.
I'm going to have to stand by. I'm not the party leader. Yeah, I think what had happened there was I was trying to type something, and the game changed kind of modes. No, you carry on, dude. It's only fucking 10
that
minutes
ain't
over.
shader compiling anymore. It's there is the game lagging for whatever fucking reason.
I get that a little bit sometimes, even when I've just shader compiled for the first minute or so in certain games. This one is notably one of them.
Yeah, what's with shaders? I have them a lot because I'm running through games through Vulkan on a compatibility there, but
Right.
I always noticed with DirectX 12, even when I was on Windows, I always had that thing. With DirectX 11, no, they're all done already for you. But
DirectX 12, I believe, works very similar to the new consoles, where although you do compile shaders, you still stream from your hard drive to your game. You stream certain aspects of it. I think that's the reason why DirectX 12 performs better in some ways than others. I don't know that for certain. It's just kind of I kind of feel as though it's something I've read, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because if you look at your NVIDIA settings on your graphics card for certain games, you've kind of got a setting now that says like streaming textures. And of course, I'm on a mechanical hard drive. All of my games are installed on mechanical hard drives, so I don't want to stream textures if I can help it.
Really? You haven't done the SSD yet?
I've got SSD for boot drive, and I've got a M.2 for my video capture. But my actual game drives are mechanical hard drives. One of them is a hybrid, and the other two are mechanical hard drives. But I've got I want to buy 2 4-terabyte SSDs, but they are so fucking expensive. They're 250 quid a piece.
Why is that?
I don't know, but to buy one 4-terabyte SSD, it costs more money to buy the same brand, but buy 2 2-terabyte SSDs. Now that doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
Well, I mean, like, why continue to use the hard drives? Because their SSDs are expensive.
Yes.
Is that?
Yeah. No other reason. I'm not gonna. What I'm not gonna do is I'm not going to downgrade my storage capacity for the sake of a bit of speed, because I'm already running short of storage capacity. So I need to have more storage capacity, but on high speed. So I've got 3 hard drives, 3 physical hard drives, which I play games on. One of them is a 3-terabyte, the other one is a 1-terabyte, and the other one is a 1-terabyte. So I've got 5 terabytes worth of game storage. So if I change to SSDs, I want 2 4-terabyte drives.
Yeah.
So
you can keep all the games and stuff.
So I can keep all because I at the moment, you see, I won't ever fill a hard drive. I'm one of those old school kind of guys that always wants at least 25 to 30% of a hard drive empty, so it allows the hard drive to work properly.
I wouldn't fill a SSD either.
No, I won't. I won't fill any drive. I used to at one point would only fill a hard drive to 50%.
But actually, in my actual experience, I haven't really noticed much of a difference in load times in video games. Okay, they're a bit faster, they're a bit snappier. But
what, on SSD?
Really, yeah.
Well,
compared to a good hard drive.
Oh no, it's phenomenally different in speed, but only if the game supports it.
Yeah.
Right. So let's say, for argument's sake, I've got on my Xbox Series X has an internal SSD. I also have an external USB. I know that's not really a fair comparison, but when I run Division 2 and I load Division 2 and it comes up and it runs a clock that goes around from 0 to 100%. On the external hard drive, the USB 3 external hard drive, which is exactly or faster than an internal hard drive. So it's the same, the data transfer is the same as if it was running directly connected to the computer. So that's not the fact that it's USB is not slowing it down. The difference in load times is the difference between 9 seconds and about 1.5 minutes. It's phenomenal, the difference. Phenomenal. But on older games,
right?
it's a huge difference. On older games, it doesn't really matter because they don't utilize the fast transfer so much. They don't.
I mean, I've run an old game called Fallout New Vegas
Right.
a lot.
Yeah.
I used to do it a lot, but I kind of just gave up because I just found myself modding it a shit ton.
Yeah.
And spending so much time doing that. So it got kind of tiring. And then, I have like 200 hours on the game. I've had a good time with it. But I modded it so like I upgraded a bunch of DLLs and tried to better take advantage of the SSD in it. Instantaneously.
Mm-hmm.
Just immediate. But I think it wasn't that slow on the hard drive.
It's okay. It's not that slow on the hard drive, but how can I put this? It's right. Okay. Right. What I'm trying to say, it's not that it's laboriously slow on a hard drive to load, but it is so much faster on the SSD. So if you're playing a multiplayer game, and I'll give you a perfect example. A perfect example is Battlefield 2042. On Battlefield 2042, myself and Chunk were playing it on PC. I'm running off a hard drive. He's running off an SSD. He could get into the map and get to a point in the map before I could even get into the map.
Oh yeah, I found that with a friend. He had the SSD in the laptop, and he always get the game like way better than me.
SSD was ridiculously fast in comparison. And of course, the more stuff, the bigger stuff that you... bless you, cottons. Apparently, I am the party leader now, so... Right. And of course, the bigger the quality of the textures and stuff like that you're loading, then the more the speed takes advantage. The more the speed has an advantage. I've actually purchased, yesterday, another rally game. I've got the latest WRC rally, can't remember what it's called, Legends or something like that.
It's another one.
Yeah, it's the latest of the WRCs, and I also bought the first Division game because it was on a sale for like £8. So I've actually got that on PC now. I've never played the original Division. I played like half an hour of it today, maybe an hour.
I heard it's not my kind of game, but I heard it was pretty alright.
Well, the Division 2 is probably my favourite game for the last 12-18 months. I have such a lot of fun on that game because it's got like the best of both worlds. There's some good shooty stuff in there, but you can also kind of chill out and slow down a little bit. And, you know, it's kind of there's not a lot to the game at all. It's quite a very simple game to play. But you know, it's not a complex or anything like that, but I enjoy it. I find it's a kind of a chilling kind of game. It's very rare that you get angry. I mean, sometimes you get infuriated when the game levels you up to heroic level and you don't have the equipment to fight off heroic enemies. So to take a control point that would normally take maybe 10 to 15 minutes, you can be there for a fucking hour. That's kind of frustrating because it does it at you know, at the worst possible fucking time for worst possible time for you. But other than that, the Division 2, I actually bought Division 2 on day of release, right? And I'd never seen the first one. I'd never seen the first game, never played the first game, knew nothing about it. But there was a general hype around the internet, a general hype on YouTube, and a general hype. I actually took a punt and bought the game pure and simply on the hype that there was for the game. And when I first got it, I thought, this is a fucking good game. And then I kind of got bored of the game because I wanted to play with people and I have no PC friends. So I kind of stopped playing it. I stopped playing it for fucking ages and ages and ages. And then I got it on Xbox. I got it on a good deal with Xbox, and Miles got it at the same time. So I had Miles to play with, and I've got fucking so many hours. I've done the game so many fucking times. It's awesome, you know. It's so for me, it's probably one of the best games that I've ever played. I mean, when people say it's not your kind of game, my first thoughts were it's third person, and I don't like third person. But it does the third person really, really well. So you never, even though it is clearly, you never really feel like it's third person.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah. I was originally thinking of playing the Division 2.
The Division 2 is a fucking brilliant game. I would recommend the fuck out of it, but it is a game that when you play through it, it's all about the looting at the end. It's all about the end game is where the game is.
Ghost Recon Breakpoint ending. I said that as if it was a new thing. Yeah. Breakpoint. That's what I was thinking about playing, but
Ghost Recon Breakpoint I enjoyed. I played it during lockdown. It got me a copyright strike on YouTube, which was quite funny.
You said that before.
Yeah, I played it during lockdown, and I think I did 200 hours of it during lockdown. And I think, to be honest, I think Carx was with me during the whole fucking thing, you know. But yeah, I played it during lockdown, thoroughly enjoyed it, but every time I go back to the game, I find it fucking boring. I find it boring to go back to it now. That's why, I mean, there was a guy on the stream said if you play it, I'll kind of play with you, but I don't know. I just get bored really quickly. It's got some weird stuff that goes on with it. The movement's not brilliant. The movement is better than Wildlands, but I did really enjoy the game when I played through it. But once I'd done everything, because I pretty much 100%ed the island. I can now go to the little tiny island at the top of the map, which I wasn't allowed to do before. They've changed it so you can do that solo. You can't do the raids, but you can get to the map solo. And I've been there a few times, and the fights there are pretty good, pretty cool, because they're hard. The people there are pretty fucking tough.
In Breakpoint we're still talking about?
In Breakpoint, yeah. There's a top part of the island, I can't remember what it's called, it's got its own little tiny name. And you were never allowed to go there before, and then they did an update that allowed you to go there solo. The only way of going there was by going in a like a group of 8 for a raid. And I don't think it's fair when games do that, because it means, and there was challenges. That was the annoying thing. There was challenges that you had to go there to do. and you can't go solo. So if you're one of these people that wants to 100% the game, and you can't do it solo because the game won't allow you, you can't 100% the game. They're depriving you of something that you want, and I don't like that. I've never liked that. I mean, there's things on this game. There's a certain gun on this game which is a really powerful fucking pistol. I can't remember what it's called. And the only way you can get it is you have to go onto a multiplayer raid.
Yeah.
And I don't have any friends. If everything that I've seen, if you go on to you try and do this raid as a random and just, you know, matchmake for it. If you haven't got 16,000 fucking levels and all that kind of crap, you know you haven't got a build which can annihilate the biggest boss in the world in a one shot, then people just will kick you out of their squad, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, oh yeah, you're not going to fucking play with me, I'm not going to carry you. And I'm thinking, well, how the fuck am I ever supposed to do this? And get the kit that you've got by being carried on said fucking raid, but you aren't willing to help somebody else do the same. And that's kind of the mantra of modern day gaming. You know, it's like even on fucking Call of Duty, you got the people that, you know, they get to the 20 prestiges and all that kind of crap, and you know, they're not willing to play with anybody that's a lower rank than themselves, because they feel as though the rank means something. I don't mean rank as in gold, silver, bronze and all that kind of shit. In ranked play, I mean rank as in just level in the game. Especially when your level in the game is determined by the amount of time you play. I mean, the old thing of Call of Duty 4, where it's like, you know, you were a super duper player if you were a 10th prestige gold cross. You know, level 55 fucking 10th prestige. You were a super fucking god at the game. But you might well have been, but some people got there after 7 or 8 days of playing, and it took me 20 fucking 4 to get there. But by the same token, it's kind of the other way around now. I mean, I can, I've done, sorry God, I've done, I've gone round to 10th prestige. I've completed it 8 times on Ghosts, all the way through to the 10th prestige level 60. Completely done it 8 times, and you know, that's a game that I can go through an entire. I mean, I've only got I think 56, 57 days on the game, 56, 57 games on the day on the game, and I've done I think I've done 82 or 81 prestiges. I do a complete prestige in that game. I think it's about 15 to 16 hours, I think it is, of gameplay. Whereas you are considered a good player to do a prestige in 24 hours. I can do them in like nearly 10 hours less than that. But that's just because I've learnt what weapon works for me. I've learnt what I need to use. I've learnt the maps. I've learnt how to win the game without being a camping piece of shit. You know, I've learnt the method of doing it, and because I've learnt the method of doing it, I can prestige quite quickly.
Meta.
Don't say fucking meta, because it's not meta, because I don't use meta weapons.
No, you don't.
The meta weapon in Ghosts is the Ripper, and then I can't remember what the sniper rifle is, but there's it's a green one. Looks like an AWP. That's kind of the meta guns. You'll tend to get people that will use the big R7, I think it is, rifle. If you're on an assault rifle, most people will tend to use either this R7 because it's really I think it's an R7 or R9 because it's really powerful, or that they'll use the Honey Badger because the Honey Badger's a quick shooter with silence. Yeah, all the fucking meta stuff. I've never really... I've used it because I've wanted to just do the stuff with it and complete it. But I don't really use them. The reason I use a submachine gun all the time is because every other weapon, with the exception of a pistol, every other weapon is slower than a submachine in your actual movement. Your movement speed with a submarine is 1. Your movement speed with an assault rifle is 0.9 or 0.8. With an assault rifle, your movement speed with a sniper is 0.7, I think, or 8. The sniper rifle is very slow. Assault rifle is 1 stage faster. A rocket launcher is the slowest, I believe.
Oh yeah, of course, it's a giant rocket launcher, sure.
You know, it's these people are fucking annihilating me in half a second. You know, I just learned what works, what doesn't. I learned to swap over to a pistol when you want to run quickly and stuff like that. I learned the timing in between sprints, because that's not you know, Ghosts is not a game that has a continuous sprint. You can't sprint forever, it's timed. So I learned the timing. I learned, you know, so I learned how quickly you can re-sprint again after you sprinted and slow down. I'm getting fucked up here completely. And it's not through lack of attention. There's people everywhere. Wait, there's like fucking 30 people on their team. I swear there is. Everywhere I fucking move, there's people around the corner. Waiting.
Oh.
It's really fucking weird sometimes. I don't know where I'm being shot from. I'm just being shot and I can't identify where the fucking bullets are coming from half the time.
I'm currently trying to, yeah, I'm currently playing FTL. Have you ever played that game?
No, I've seen it. I was going to play it.
Yeah, pretty good game. It's very random. I think a lot of the events and stuff are randomized.
I'll tell you a dumb but fun game. It's a dumb but fun shooter. It's called something Bastards.
Void Bastards. I played it.
Sorry? Void Bastards,
Void
yeah.
Bastards.
I like that. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's a fun...
Different field of view though.
I can't remember whether the field of view was changeable or not.
I played it on the console.
Oh, okay. And what is it? A 60 or something field of view? Quite narrow.
Yeah, shit.
I played it on PC. I think I have played it on console.
That'd be the only reason it's that's like one of the best things. One of the best things about PC games is FOV.
Yeah. I mean, once you widen that FOV up, you can't go back. It's terrible.
And being able to play it at higher frame rates, that's kind of the only thing that gets me with this thing.
Well, 60 frame rate is acceptable, but 60 frame rate on a console is much better than 60 frame rate on a fucking PC.
Yeah.
I've said that for years, and people they argue against it constantly. Like 60 frames is 60 frames. Yeah.
Okay.
60 frames is 60 frames, but on a PC, because nobody uses VSync on a PC, 60 frames is quite fucking choppy. But 60 frames on a console is VSynced automatically unless you turn it off. And it's smooth, it's buttery smooth. It's just a little bit, it's not harsh on my eyes, it's just that I feel the input latency because of it. For me, the frame rate isn't about what I'm seeing, it's about the movement, it's about the looking left and right and the input latency. That's the issue with me. It's nothing to do with the actual 60 frames a second, blah blah blah. You can see the stutter and all that kind of crap.
No, the experience is just 1,000 times better playing a game like that.
But as I said many times before, once you go from 60 to 75, anything higher than that, it gets you diminishing returns. 90 for me, and the reason why I stick with 90 is because 90 has always been the number that to go above 90, you've got to go extortionately above 90 to get any real big difference in gameplay or any big difference in feeling. You've got to go a lot above. So you've got to go from like 90 to 150 before you really notice much of a difference. And that's kind of why I stuck with 90, because 90 is fast enough and it takes an awful lot more to get it better than that. And once you've got it better than that, you then have to have a PC that can fucking drive those frames.
Yeah.
And that's something I've never bothered needing, you know. I lock at 90. If you have a look on my stream right now, you'll see in the top left-hand corner, it's at 90.
I must start running my games at 90 because fucking 120 is so hard to run.
Well, I'll tell you what pisses me off, right? And this is really annoying. My Xbox can run, I don't know about this game, but it can run the last couple of Call of Duties at 120 frames per second, faultlessly in 1440p, right? My fucking PC can't. In fact, my PC on Battlefield 5, I don't think I can sustain 100 frames per second.
Battlefield 5 is strange.
Battlefield 5, it fucks me over because you see all these people with fucking potato PCs and they're like, oh, I'm getting 180 frames per second. You might be for that one fucking second, but you're not continuously. The fact that you've peaked at it is irrelevant. And that's the bit that pisses me off. The fact that they use this peak, the peak high as the standard, and they say, oh, I can get this. You can. But if your machine is going from like 125 and then it's going down to 70 and down to 80, then up to 125, that gives you a horrible gameplay. Whereas
I think it's kind of pedantic, but it's kind of true. But if you're like wanting to see like, how your frame rates are actually, it's you gotta look at the 1% lows.
I wouldn't say the 1% lows, because the 1% lows are quite often like some kind of weird graphic hitch or something like that. But yes,
that's what I'm saying. It's pedantic.
Yeah, I'd say if you were to have a look at the if you have a look at the average, I would say get the average, and this is just me, and I don't really do it, but if somebody was looking for something, I would look at the average that you can get when you do a very specific benchmark, something that's repeatable. So it has to be usually a built-in benchmark or something like that in the game. A lot of them have them built in. Take your benchmark, take your average, take 10 frames off it, and lock your fucking frames at that number.
Modern Warfare 2 has that. A benchmark.
Does it really?
Yeah, it's not very great. It's not very good, I don't think, but it works.
See, but the thing is, it's a repeatable process, and that's what matters.
Some of the maps differ like a lot.
If it goes through the same thing every time, if it's the same, like if you imagine it's playing a video, if it plays the same thing constantly, then it's the same. So if you run it 20 times and make no alterations, it shouldn't vary by much more than a very tiny bit.
Reloading.
And that's the whole idea of a benchmark. It's a specific set of maneuvers that's repeatable every time. The one that's in Division 2 is really good.
Yeah.
The one that's in Division 2 is really, really good. But yeah, I mean, some of the driving games that I play, I actually lock those at 60, because I mean, one of the driving games, Automobilista, I can't run that at 90 frames, and it's not really a high-end game either. It's not a high-spec game. It's just I can't run it at 90, so I lock it at 60. The other reason I lock it at 60, it's a fucking driving game. It's hardly a Twitch shooter, is it? So I've been doing some changes around today with my audio. I've actually plugged in speakers directly to the surround sound on the sound card, actually using the surround sound holes. Because the digital output on most sound cards built into most computers doesn't actually give you surround sound, it gives you a process signal that has to be decoded elsewhere. So you get all these games that tell you they've got Dolby digital surround sound, and they fucking haven't.
Well, they have the one thing that's advertised as Dolby digital.
No, they don't have Dolby digital surround sound. What they have is they have a compressed version. They don't have. Okay, I'll correct that. They don't have raw Dolby digital native format. Because
you just have advertising. It's kind of like
no, I'm not referring to these fucking software things. What they send is they send compressed data, and it requires a decompressor at the other end. It's not raw Dolby. Whereas I've got a Creative Labs Sound Blaster XG sound card. It's an external USB sound card from fucking like the year 2000. It's a USB sound card that was absolutely fantastic in its day. It gave you full surround sound on a PC. But it has a digital input along with a load of other shit as well. If you put a digital optical input into it and it is Dolby raw signal going through, it puts a little digital light on the front. Now, if I hook it up to any console game, that Dolby digital light will light up because consoles output Dolby digital over optical. If I put it onto a PC game running an optical cable, it doesn't light up the digital light because the games are not raw digital. They require a compression thing. It's kind of frustrating the fuck out of me because if I go on to Dolby's website and download one of their Dolby digital demo movies and I play that on my PC, it lights up the digital signal because it's digital. Because it's Dolby digital, so it lights up the Dolby digital light, and it comes through all of the speakers correctly. As yet, I have not found a single game which gives me Dolby digital completely over optical on the PC. But I found plenty of them which will give me surround sound via analog signals because it's instead of being one carrier, it's individual cables.
Alright.
So my annoyance was I've got this thing hooked up so I can have surround sound and all that kind of crap. What it's actually hooked up for was so I can put a PC and mic, a headset and a mic on where I sit for the driving games. So what I've done is I've hooked up my surround sound speakers directly to the sound card, so directly to the front, right, front, left, all that kind of crap, the front and rear. I've hooked them up directly to the sound card via analog cables. Still kept the digital because there are certain sounds that I put through the digital that I don't need the stream to hear because they're already hearing them. Things like when I'm on a driving game, I have the chat, what people text. I have a text to speech thing which plays what people type to me, so I can hear it rather than have to try and fucking read it while I'm driving. and I don't necessarily want that coming through the fucking stream. You know, the stream doesn't need to hear those words. Or the other one is I can use it for such as Discord if I don't want people in Discord to be heard in the stream.
Aye.
Like, I have one or two friends who will not stop using the fucking N-word. They can't. It's become so much inbred into them that they just can't stop using the word. And you know, I don't want them people heard on the stream. The difference is, I can't really pick and choose. It's either everything through Discord goes through the stream or nothing through Discord goes through the stream. Whereas with the Xbox app, and this is why I prefer Xbox Party Chat, I can make it so some people go through the stream and other people don't.
Yeah.
Because that's not controlled by my PC, it's controlled by the stream PC. It doesn't work that way with Discord. I suppose I could install Discord onto the stream PC. I suppose if I was to install Discord onto the stream PC and set up another account, I could probably do it that way.
Yeah, yeah. Probably.
That would work. Oh shit! I thought he was fucking in front of me shooting at me. Never mind. Someone with a big fucking scope somewhere. So yeah, there's always ways. This is why it appears to people that I have a really complicated setup, and it's because I like to be able to have control over what I'm doing. It's no good having it so I can't stop people from saying certain things on the stream. It's no good having it so nobody can be heard on the stream, because some people want to be heard, some people don't want themselves heard. Like if I was in an Xbox Party Chat with Carx, I would make sure his voice doesn't go through the stream, because he doesn't ever want it through the stream. I mean, there are certain other people like AverMedia who say, "Oh, I hate the sound of my voice." He doesn't care about other people hearing his voice, so his voice goes through the stream. The fact that he hates it, and the thing is, what annoys me is he listens to the stream while he's playing games, and he says, "Yeah, but the stream's repeating," and I'm, well, you know, stop fucking listening to it. But you know, he's always forgiven. He's old.
Yeah.
He always gets forgiven. He's old.
Friendly UAV online. Hostile UAV in the sector.
But yeah, I dropped him a message actually in Discord to say that Serious Sam VR, a couple of the Serious Sam VR games are on a fucking huge discount at the moment. So I dropped him a message in Discord, which I know goes through to his phone.
Yeah, yeah.
So I know he's got the message because he has Discord go through and alerts him on his phone. So, but I've had no reply to say I've picked them up or I don't want them. It's just I don't know. He's joined a gym, so he's kind of lost interest in everything else now. It's all about the gym.
Come in the gym, bro.
Yeah, he's turned into a gym bro.
That's cool. That's cool. Like, yeah. Good for him.
I've got no confidence to go to a gym. I'd like to. I just don't. I have no confidence when it goes to a gym. I honestly am such a shy person you would not fucking believe. We had a get together the other day at work, where they were supplying pizza for everybody for lunch for the last 3 months of good production kind of thing. And I went down to the room where it was. I looked through the doorway, saw a load of people that, bearing in mind I've worked at the company now for 12 fucking years, I saw a few people I didn't recognise. I felt really uncomfortable, didn't go in the room.
Jeez.
And I walked away. When I'm one of these people that when I walk into a pub, the music stops, everybody stares at me, and they all point and laugh and say, "What the fuck are you doing in my pub?" That's not what actually happens, but that's what happens in my head. I honestly have no self-confidence whatsoever unless I'm talking about things that I actually have factual knowledge on.
Une balle gagnante?
That reminds me how you said that you really like the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I'm very much like Sheldon.
Yeah.
I'm very, very much like Sheldon. Or to put it bluntly, I'm very much like most nerds. I'm not very good in social situations, but I'm also bright enough to understand when I have to and when I don't have to speak.
Yeah.
I
struggle with.
I'm kind of socially awkward.
This sounds kind of strange coming from you, to be honest.
Well, yeah, that's because you hear.
Opinionated person who speaks a lot.
Am I opinionated?
You have opinions.
Yes, right.
Opinionated.
Right. Yes, I do have opinions, but I don't have opinions which are based on nothing. If they're not based on something which I know to be true, as far as I'm aware, then it's not an opinion. I'm spouting what I believe is fact. You know, it's when I have an opinion, I actually, when I have an opinion and I've got nothing to back it up with, I actually say so. And I say so a lot, but people don't tend to hear that. You know, I actually say things like, from what I understand, or I would say things like, I've read somewhere, or I'm sure I've read somewhere, or maybe this is something that I've heard. I actually say when I'm not talking with facts and I'm talking with what may or may not be, but it's probably an opinion. I say so, you know. And it's amazing how often, once you start realizing that I say it, it's amazing how often I say that. It's amazing how often I actually tell you that I'm not necessarily telling what's factually true here. I'm telling you what I think, what I believe.
That's a good.
And I quite often tell you, well, but anything I believe and I don't know as being fact, I will let anybody challenge it completely and utterly. Educate me, please. You know, that kind of thing.
That's something I don't really do. I just kind of say stuff, even though I'm not exactly trying to pass that fact. Sometimes I just kind of say it as if it is. Just because I'm speaking. I'm not trying to mislead anyone.
Well, I tend to, I don't like to belittle people. I don't like to, in any way, shape or form, humiliate people. I mean, somebody tells me something that's full of shit and they're telling me it as fact, and I absolutely know that what they're talking about is full of shit. I'm going to berate the fuck out of them, and I'm going to humiliate them. And I'm going to humiliate them with facts.
Getting with facts and logic.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing, you see. Before I speak, I tend to think about what I'm trying to say. I try to think about how I'm going to convey what I'm trying to say across to you. And I I just think about what I'm saying before I say it. I mean, here's the thing, and this is the bit that becomes annoying, and this is where I become very much like Sheldon. If I think it's going to annoy you, piss you off, offend you, or whatever, if you hear it, and it's actually factually true, I'm going to say it anyway, and I won't give a flying fuck whether you like it or not. If what I'm saying is absolutely factually correct, I don't care if it offends you. I just don't fucking care. That's your problem, not mine.
Well, as I said again, some philosophers said, there are it was Nietzsche who said there are two kinds of people in this world: those who want to believe and those who want to know. It's kind of.
No, I get that, and I relate to it completely.
Mm-hmm.
I relate to it completely.
Those who want to know kind of choose a. I don't think it's a choose thing, or you're like predisposed to do it. It's kind of your.
Those who want to know look at things in a different way. Those who want to just believe accept what they're told. And I can quite often, if somebody, and this is the whole thing, we're all educated by a person in a white coat. I nearly said a man in a white coat, and that was bad. We're all educated by a person in a white coat. Because all of our knowledge, the entire world's knowledge, not belief, comes from somebody in a fucking white coat.
Oh yeah, and it's entirely different depending on where you live.
Oh no, facts are facts. Science is science, facts are facts.
Knowledge, though, the general kind of, what's the word?
You're gonna have to give me an example of something which is factually knowledge, and it's different in different places. You're gonna have to give me an example of that one.
Belief.
Ah, no, that's a belief. That's different. Common belief is not fact. It's a belief.
No, I'm not saying a fact.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. So the belief is different in different areas. Yes, it is. Absolutely.
The belief of how just like something material is very different places.
I kind of feel as though you're referring to people putting value on material things which have no real value.
No, I mean like example.
Yeah, please.
Well, there's different views on how the world should be kind of run in different places. Different.
That's political though. That's.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. I can't come up with an example that is not political.
Yeah, that's political though. The world should be run, ideally, and this is definitely my fucking opinion. The world, the way I see it, the world we need to remove money from the world.
Communism.
We need to remove money. We need to find a way of removing money from the world because money gives artificial value to something.
Yeah.
An example of which, I've just had a pay rise at work, okay? And in some people's eyes it's quite a sufficient pay rise. In other people's eyes it's a shit pay rise. But we've all had an X% pay rise, okay? Now, we went a few years. Sorry, I'll finish the pay rise thing first before I go off on the tangent because it's happening. We've all had, let's say for argument's sake, a 5% pay rise. But if we've all had a 5% pay rise, that means the people that were paid more than me are still paid more than me, and I'm getting further away from them in actual monetary value. Because if I'm on £100 a week and they're on £200 a week, 5% to me is a fiver. 5% to them is a tenner. So they're now stretching away from me because of percentage pay rises. That's why I've never agreed with them. So what they're trying to do is, that's the company trying to be fair by saying you all got the same pay rise, but you didn't get the same pay rise in monetary value. What they're saying is it's a cost of living pay rise. Everything's becoming more expensive, so we're trying to help you out. So I actually said the words. I said, so why has your cost of living gone up more than mine when we're only paying for fuel for the house and fuel for the car, and you use no more than me? You live in a smaller fucking house, you live in a 1-bedroom flat, but you're paid astronomically more than I am with a percentage rise, so why have you now had 3 times more money than I have? Hey, fuck me, he's not dead, look. And, you know, that was, I asked that question, and he said, well, because it's a percentage is fair. I said, but a percentage is not fair. You've just had a pay rise, and what I've just had is bring my wages up to the cost of living. So why does all of a sudden it cost you more money to live than it does me? Now, the tangent that I was going off on, the tangent that I was going off with, many years ago, I worked for a company where all of the management staff were all fucking sacked. The owner of the company had enough, and he sacked all the management. And he wanted to restructure the business completely because he believed that people that had been there for 10, 15, 20 years aren't necessarily worth more money than somebody that's just as well skilled, but they'd only been there for a few years, which I was one of those. So he scrapped all the management. He took everybody's wages, and he gave us all a questionnaire. These are the tasks that our business does. Tick the boxes for the particular things that you are able to do unaided. So, in other words, write your skill list down. Here's the set of skills that we need. Which ones do you have? And we all ticked the boxes. We were all honest because we were going to be tested to see if we were lying or not. Because he wasn't really that into the day-to-day running of the computer, so he didn't know us, which is why he asked us what skills we have. And then he adjusted our salaries according to our skill set, which really pissed off a lot of the old guys that had been there for 20 years, because all of a sudden their pay was a lot less than mine. And I'd only been there for like fucking... You're on a new Fire HD 10 Plus tablet. Nice. So I ended up getting a huge fucking pay rise, and some of the other people that have been there for a million years, they got a pay cut. And the boss said, this is how it is, you're being paid for your skills. If you don't like how I'm doing it, leave. That's your choice, but all of your contracts are being rewritten as of today. None of them left. And these people were people that had no respect for me whatsoever because I was the young whippersnapper at work and they'd been there for 20 years. All of a sudden, they all had respect for me because all of a sudden I was earning fucking two or 3 pounds an hour more than they were. So that's kind of why I'm very much against percentage pay rises, because they're unfair.
Yeah, what you just said there is just definitely it's really true, I think, but like going further into that kind of thing of like money, it's the accumulation of wealth is one of the biggest problems. I suppose it's just kind of.
No, money is what people judge by. How much money you've got is how your stature is judged in the world by money. And so if you remove money, so I mean by remove money I also mean that you remove all prestige. So
yeah.
These £200,000 cars or £1 million cars or whatever, remove them. Don't sell them. Sell a car. A car is for transport. If you remove money from the world, then there is no reason to show off in your posh car and show people that you've got money when it doesn't make you a better person. In fact, it usually makes you a fucking asshole. But if you remove all of the prestige from things, so everybody has the same kind of car, everybody has the same kind of this, the same kind of that. All houses are the same, so there's no preference, there's no anything else. And because of that, you remove stature. And once you remove stature, people start to respect each other. They actually, they actually start to respect the person, and they don't respect the money.
I have a very, I have a good way of describing this. Remove all social hierarchy. Move all social hierarchy to solely.
No, not social hierarchy. Remove financial hierarchy.
Remove financial hierarchy, and then so that hierarchy is in human societies only social.
If you remove the financial hierarchy, nice. If you remove the financial hierarchy, the social hierarchy automatically sorts itself out.
Yeah. And it kind of becomes a far better world.
Right, so what I've just basically said comes from the words of a movie made a long time ago called Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist?
Yeah.
No.
Watch it. Find it on YouTube. It's a long movie, but it will explain such a lot to you, and it explains a shit ton about the one subject that I don't really like to talk about, the religion one. It explains that every fucking religion is identical, and they all celebrate the same thing.
Yeah, nature. That's
no.
Like, what do you mean? Okay.
No, what I mean is, if you look at all of the so-called gods, Jesus, whatever the fuck you want to call them, if you look at the history of when they were all born on the same day. They all died on the same day. They all were crucified on the same day. They all was resurrected on the same day. You know, that's the history of every fucking god of the world. That's not.
Yeah.
So, because of that, it means religion's bullshit. Religion is nothing more than people wanting somebody to blame for their fucking own misfortunes. They don't want to take responsibility for themselves or for something that's happened, so they want to blame somebody. So, anyway, enough about that shit. I don't like talking about religion. It aggravates too many people. Because I just think it's idiocy. And that's something I don't agree with that fucking main man who's probably the most clever person in the world. I don't agree with him at all on that.
That guy, he thinks like the very basis of our world is kind of degrading, and so he's kind of fallen back onto that because he's scared. If you can get what I'm saying. I think you expressed that kind of fear one time in not going to mention the discussion because I don't think, but anyway, he's backing up on that because he thinks it's safe. Certain social things are changing, attitudes are changing, and so he believes that is the sign of something going wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, there's lots of signs of things going wrong. The fact that the whole world is in fucking debt.
Well, yeah, because of
problems.
And
because of problems. It's the easiest way to say it.
Indeed.
Because of problems. It's problems that we've caused. It's mismanagement problems that we've caused. We as in humans. It's problems that we couldn't do anything about. We saw them happening, but we ended up so far in the fucking rabbit hole that we couldn't get back out. Anyway, Mr. Phil, how are you, sir? Right, so you are on a Fire HD 10 Plus tablet to be an Android. Congratulations. And you have a proper Bluetooth keyboard. Nice. Nice.
So he jailbroke the tablet?
No, jailbroken is just something you do for Apple.
Yeah, alright, so you just kind of modified it a bit.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Jailbreaking is it's a term used by Apple and Sony, and we don't have those. Is that Karks going on? Is that Karks jumping off? I think he's jumping off. I think he's had enough. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning over there. Oh, Mr. Fivermatic. Do your clocks go forward tomorrow night? Or is it at some other date? When do your clock...
5? Phil is 5. No?
Yeah, 5 is in the chat. That Phil Condon is 5.
Alright.
Why did it say some kind of update? Oh, it might have said it was a... It might have said it was a fucking game type update. It does that all the time. It kicks you all over the place.
All Saber, you've got the nod. Weapons free.
It might have been a playlist update, because it does that quite often, and sometimes it kicks you out the fucking game when it does it.
Kill. Lovely. That was such a good time. Ark, you must play this game.
What game?
A Rat's Instinct.
I own it.
No, seriously.
I own it. Well, I own it. Yeah, it's taken from Ultra Kill's taken from Unreal Tournament.
Yeah. It's taken.
But Rat's Instagib is more of a Quake 3 game than it is. Although the Instagib comes from Unreal Tournament.
Yeah.
Because the Instagib is a particular weapon. It was the shock rifle, but it's made into an instant one shot kill, where it's an orange beam of fucking energy, which was kind of taken from the railgun from Quake.
Yeah.
It was Unreal's version of the railgun, except the railgun takes like 2 hours to recharge, and the Instagib rifle didn't. XDA Developers has Fire HD Toolbox. Does a slew of different things on the stuff tablet. Nice. Right, Mr. 5, did you get my message on Discord?
Enemy UAV overhead.
It's good to see a fellow open source enthusiast in the chat.
It's not really an open source enthusiast, it's just a cheap ass.
Shush, would you? Stop ruining my brain.
You see, years and years and years ago, I was very much the same. I was very much the same a lot of years ago, where I would spend hours and days and weeks learning how to edit something and make it work and get this to work and get that to work and mod this and mod that and mod the rest of it and all that kind of shit. And I used to love doing it, but the be-all and end-all of it was I wanted to play the game, or I wanted to do the thing that I was doing it for. And I got to the point where you spend so much fucking time seeing if you can make it work, you spend no time using it.
Yeah, I haven't done
I spent more time getting like a particular mod to work in a game. I spent more time getting the mod to work than I ever spent playing the fucking mod. Because you spend all that time just to see if you can, and you forget to think. It's a little bit like the Jurassic Park syndrome. You spent all the time and you were so infatuated to see whether you could, you forgot to think about whether you should.
Yeah.
And it's the same situation with the game kind of modding things. You spend so much time seeing if you can get something to work. The end result is, yeah, you got it to work, but it ain't that fucking good. So you just wasted all your life.
That's why I don't experience that with Linux. I actually don't. I'm not kind of. Yeah, I'm not just being an idiot. I'm not. What's the word? I'm not
being an ass.
I'm not pretending. I am being very honest with that, because I use Linux Mint, and it's a lot of the work you can do. A lot of the stuff that you can do on Windows, you can like that you would originally have to do in terminal. You can do on GUI, like pretty much everything. Unzipping files, GUI. The GUI. I'm just gonna say GUI.
Yeah.
Everything.
That's
GUI.
fine.
There's a software center that allows you. There's a
Yeah,
software like
see-
there's something similar to the Microsoft store,
Yeah,
but
see-
it doesn't fucking suck. So
Well,
it doesn't.
yeah, but the thing is, it does. I can't say it does because I've never used it, so that would be wrong of me to say that. But I've used the software centers on various older versions, not brand new versions, but older versions of like Ubuntu, which is the same as Mint. They're all effectively the fucking same. They're all Debian.
Mint is built off of the new Ubuntu version, but anyway, yeah.
But yes, so I've seen the software center and what it can and can't do. What it doesn't always tell you is, and it doesn't always give you all of the packages that you need to install something. It doesn't, not most of the time it does, but it doesn't always do it. And it's fucking annoying because it doesn't tell you what it doesn't do. Whereas when you're comparing it with Windows installer, at least the Windows installer, when it says you need this to run you, it then will give you a link to go get this. And you may not have come across that, but that's because things have changed a lot since I used it. I mean, in my days of using Linux on a regular basis, which was Ubuntu, I want to say version 16 or something like that, but that number could be, fuck it, I might have pulled that out my arse, I don't know. My experience of using it was, even just to watch an MPEG-2 video was a fucking nightmare. Because you take it for granted, because Microsoft has a license to use the MP2 format, whereas Ubuntu doesn't have said license. So you have to work a way around it. You have to work a way around this, and you have to work a way around that. And at the time I did this, VLC video player didn't exist.
Oh yeah.
VLC video player has a load of hacked fucking video codecs. God, this fucking game sound is fucking weird.
I use a thing, it's based off of a 5M player or something. It's built into Linux, but I use a lot of the built-in software because it just works. And so, and it comes with a really good software suite, and it's Mint by default.
I did use Mint a long time ago. I tried when it was very first come out. I tried it because it was like a shrunken down version of Ubuntu, which didn't wreck your fucking computer resources as much as Ubuntu did. The reason why I finally stopped using Ubuntu was because it was more of a system resource hog than fucking Windows at the time. So
Ubuntu today has gone a bit strange as well. Like they've started using this distribution method.
Right.
It's like you know how you EXEs on everything on Windows.
Yeah.
I'm actually sure you're aware of app images. Being around the other day. And there's a new one like Flatpak. Flatpak's really good actually, but there was a Canonical company behind Ubuntu created one called Snap.
Right.
Basically, the newest version of Ubuntu comes pre-installed with only Snap packages, but they're really slow. And there's a load of concerns around it being like a bit by like Microsoft and all, like the one private company controlling the stuff, you know. But anyway, that's just
conspiracy thinking.
Yeah. I see a bunch of dudes in the software center on Mint occasionally just like going like, oh, don't use VLC because their privacy policy has gone up and they're all bad now.
But they probably are all bad. That's the whole thing.
I don't think so.
So, okay. So, Mr. Phil, what you been up to other than being a gym rat? That's your new name, by the way. Gym rat.
Gym rat.
You've abandoned us. You've abandoned us gamers for the gym. It's terrible. Terrible of you.
I'm going to be soon doing that as well. So.
You're going to be a gym rat as well. Wow.
Yeah. I didn't actually know what that word meant for so long. Gymrat. I thought it was
Oh, okay.
just
Well,
because some person tagged me as that
yeah.
one time on the Discord server and was like, he's the kind of person that always insults you, so I just kind of thought.
I take the piss out of a guy. I don't work with him anymore. He left us some time ago. But he goes to the gym all the time, and he goes specifically for muscle building. I'm not going to say anything else. He'll tell you he's going to get fit, but he's not. He's going for muscle building because he does no cardio whatsoever. So he's going purely to build his muscles, and I've kind of said, yeah, you look all strong, and you might be able to lift a fucking weight, but you know, can you? Oh, look, update required. Restart now. There you go.
Windows.
No. The game.
No.
The game.
Oh.
Oh.
What game is that?
Modern Warfare 2. I've got to go to privacy mode just in case it does something stupid when it logs back in. They have this habit of putting up your fucking username sometimes. So I had this guy, and he is very strong. He can lift some good amount of weight and all that kind of crap. And I said, yes, but the muscles that you're building are useless to life. They said, what do you mean? I'm stronger than you are. I said, yes, you are stronger than I am. And you can lift a shitload of weight better than I am. But here's the thing. Can you take a 3 foot by 2 foot by 2 inch concrete slab, put it on your fucking shoulder, and walk up a 45-foot fucking ladder with it on your back? And he's like, no fucking chance. Nobody can do that. I said, well, I used to do that every fucking day. That was a part of my life. Great big radiators from inside your house. The great big things that's like fucking 2 meters long and you know, 2.5 foot tall kind of thing. What the fuck is going on here? Right, those radiators, those big double radiators, I used to fire them on my shoulder and walk around a warehouse with them. You know, it's something that I used to do. Cox, you going to come and join me? Thank you. Yeah. But that was something I used to do for a living. When I used to install satellite systems and things, I'd be constantly carrying 2 foot by 3 foot by 2 inch concrete slabs up ladders onto a great big fucking rooftop to put the satellite dishes onto. When I say satellite dishes, you notice I say satellite dish and not sky dish. We're talking 2 or 3 meters in diameter, these dishes. They were for watching, well, they were all for watching fucking red hot Dutch porn, but they were for watching multicultural television. Yeah, I didn't stutter on any of that. I used to install satellite systems where people used to point their dishes at one particular satellite, which was a satellite in a position 1 degrees of west, which was called the Thor. The satellite system was called Thor, and it's where the Scandinavian porn was held, and Dutch porn. How do you think all of, oh God, you're too young to remember. How do you think all of the porn videos came out? They were all recorded from those fucking channels and sold around the workplace. You know, because we didn't have the internet to distribute shit then. And what internet we did have was a fucking dial-up connection, and you ain't going to distribute videos on a dial-up connection. Having said that, I used to download PlayStation games. I used to download the ISOs. Oh! Yeah, but you can't. No gaming stream. Thank you, Cox. I forgot I'd put it on, when the game restarted. I put it on private. So I do store games in ISO files. I store all kinds of things in ISO files. Zip files you can't mount.
But why would you want to mount a file?
Why would I want to mount a fucking game that's on a digital disc instead of a physical disc? Well, because I don't have a fucking CD drive in my computer.
On a disc, I see. Okay, yeah.
Right, ISO files are a method of storing an entire CD in correct format, so you can mount it electronically. So you can use it. You can use it as a virtual drive.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So yes, all of my games, every fucking game that I ever bought on CDs, DVDs, or disc format, all got made into an ISO. All of them. Store them digitally, because it's the only way you can guarantee you keep the fucking things. CDs always wear out, or they get damaged, they get scratched, they get whatever. Digital files you can store on the internet, and then the internet's responsible for them getting damaged. If your files are corrupt, it's the internet's fault. They have to fix it. See, many years ago, not so much now, but many years ago, I used to own probably about 40 or 50 different websites. I never built websites on them, but I had to build a front page. I never really built anything on them, but I used to put them together. I used to build a front page, and the front page was nothing more than fucking links to the downloads of my ISO files that I used to store on the free unlimited storage.
What?
You can't get that these days. It doesn't exist. Free unlimited storage.
What the fuck? What is that? Free unlimited storage?
Well, when you built websites years ago, there was a lot of free hosts which would allow you to build a website on their host. Freehost.net, and lots of other sites. But they would give you, because everybody was on a dial-up, they would never think you could abuse it. So everybody was on a dial-up, and they would give you unlimited storage, thinking that you're on a dial-up, you're not going to upload that much. But when you're on a dial-up and you are on a 24 hours, 7 days a week free dial-up connection, the time doesn't matter. And 650 megs worth of CD used to take about fucking a day and a half to download or upload. So, and actually Phil can testify to this, the amount of time he saw me connected with a dial-up connection downloading stuff, which was 600 or 700 meg, for days on end. That was what we used to do. So these free web hosting services would give you unlimited storage, but they'd never think you could abuse it. Well, I used to spend fucking days uploading fucking discs after discs after discs. The internet became my personal fucking storage space.
Yeah, you can do a similar thing with Google Cloud, can't you? Well, you have to do a lot of accounts and stuff, but anyway.
When you say Google Cloud, not really.
Not really?
No.
Yeah, 15 gigabytes, but...
Well, I have 2 terabytes on Google. Which I pay for. Yeah, I pay. It's not a lot of money, but I pay for it. I think it's like £6 a month or something.
That's not bad.
No, it's not. Considering the equivalent on the Microsoft version is a lot more money. But I have 2 terabytes. Sorry, not 2 actually, yeah, 2 terabytes. 2 terabytes I have. 2 terabytes of storage on Google Drive. Now, if you're just doing pictures, if you're just storing pictures and stuff, the easiest way to do them is take a picture with a camera of the picture and let it upload automatically, because you can store as many pictures as you like. You have unlimited storage on pictures, but they have to be in a compressed format. So as long as they're a picture and they're in a compressed format, you've got unlimited storage. But if you want to leave them in the format that they are taken, then you have to put it into proper storage space, which then costs money. There was a workaround some years ago, but Linus Tech Tips fucking abused the shit out of it. And he caused it to be shut down.
Did you see that he got hacked recently?
I didn't realise that he got hacked. I thought it was just the guy that runs the WAN show.
No, it was the entire Linus, like a load of Linus media.
Oh, right, okay.
And they were streaming AI generated Elon Musk scam. Oh my god, that was.
Why do I have a privacy protection? Right, I shall explain that for you, Phil. The reason you had a privacy protection screen is because when this particular game, or more specifically its launcher, launches, it always launches on your main screen. It doesn't launch on a subsidiary screen or anything like that. And it quite often launches and puts up your email address. So it kind of gives your identity away a little bit, and I don't like that. So whenever I'm doing something with this game, like launching the game or restarting the game or anything, I always put the privacy screen up. The problem is I have a habit of forgetting to take it back down again. And then Mr. Carks reminds me.
Oh yeah, it does kind of do that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I forget that. That game is spastic.
No, it's all of the, you can't say that word. It's...
Oh, jeepers.
That's a word you can't say.
I'm Irish.
Yeah, now I would use the word as well, and I call my wife one all the fucking time. But
that's not very nice.
But she is, and she does it, and she does it herself. Anyway, yeah, it's not the game, it's the launcher. It's the fucking the launcher for the Activision whatever launcher. It's the launcher that puts it up, not the game, it's the launcher. So on any of the games, including Overwatch.
Yeah, I know, the Blizzard launcher.
That's the one. That's the word I couldn't think of, Blizzard.
I found it so confusing. I was trying to check it. I was trying to I don't know what I was doing, but I was looking. I was like doing random crap with that, and I was trying to see. So the Activision and your Blizzard account are entirely separate things, even though the company's the exact same. Oh, that was some nuisance. I was doing with some with that because of the new Call of Duty. I was trying to play it or something.
I had something similar. I keep getting irritated because every time I put certain games on your PC, you have to pair them. I think it's Codemasters games. You have to pair them with Codemasters, but Codemasters is paired automatically with EA. So when you go onto it and you say I want to pair, it's like you're already paired. I want to pair. You're already paired, and you can't repair it. Then eventually you have to go to a specific website that's run by Codemasters to pair it, so you can actually access your fucking account. Oh my goodness, 33 kills in that game. That was awesome. Let's have a little bit of that. Saved the last 11 minutes and 6 seconds. Awesome.
Bouncy, bouncy, ooh, what a good time.
I was struggling to get this tablet to go in landscape mode. Nice. Okay. Was that a setting you had to change? Or did you just have to tip it over and you couldn't figure that bit out? Sorry.
No, that isn't automatic sometimes with Android, modern Android.
To be honest, I have a little Asus tablet here, a little 7-inch Asus tablet, which I use as like a Stream Deck kind of thing. And that one doesn't always want to rotate properly. You've sometimes got to like fucking spin it around and throw it in the air and do a little dance around it and all that kind of stuff.
I have to whack my phone a few times sometimes just to get it to work.
What I've discovered I have to do is I just have to put it down, because it starts up in portrait mode. I have to just put it down in landscape mode and leave it. And eventually it'll just move around. It'll just turn around itself. It just sometimes takes like a minute. But at the time I got angry with it. I was fucking in a hurry to do something. I'm like, why are you fucking doing? And I'm twisting it around and turning it all over the place. And of course, it then took longer because it didn't know where the fuck I wanted it. It was a little gyro was inside spinning around, going, where the fuck you want me?
Do you ever just fucking like, you know, when you're using computer and you do this a lot? I say a lot of people do it where you just keep clicking something.
I click a blank screen.
It's not helping at all.
Oh yeah. When you click something and it doesn't do anything, so you start clicking again and again and again and again and again, and all you're doing is fucking it up.
Yeah.
But it's because you're impatient. Oh shit! I pressed F10, which means I silenced the game. Haha.
I mean, sometimes I just want some to work. And it's,
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely the same. That's why I don't do any game modding these days or anything like that. If it doesn't fucking work properly, then it's shit. It's as simple as that. If it's something I really want to do, then I will probably spend the time. But it has to be worth it. As in, the returns have to be worth the effort. And most of the time, the returns aren't worth the effort on most things these days. Oh my goodness! I've just fucking walked past him. I thought somebody would have killed him by now. Oh, they flipped the spawns on us. That's not good. So yeah, Mr. Phil, did you see the Discord?
you asked him that earlier.
He didn't answer.
Yeah. I think he's just evading the answer. He's not talking about it. It's an esports map. What's going on here?
Yes, that's what my little thing does. It just occasionally does it. It's not very often, but it just will not fucking turn. And in the end, I just have to put it down and leave it, and it'll fix itself eventually. I think the gyro gets a bit lost and it has to reset itself.
Hey, you said earlier that being a cheap ass with open source technology.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just like, open source software. I don't know. I get a better experience on Linux Mint than I would usually with Windows.
It triggers you a little bit, that one, does what I say, cheap ass.
No, not at all, because I am 100% a cheap ass. So I'm fed up with.
Well, actually, it's not so much that you're a cheap ass. It's not so much that you're a cheap ass. It's the fact that you don't have the means to buy the good stuff. So you have to buy the cheap stuff, and I'm exactly the same. I'm exactly the same. I explained it wrong, but you know what I mean by it. I'm exactly the same. I don't have the funds to really buy the stuff that I want, so I then have to. I mean, I'm about to go and spend, believe it or not, and this is going to come as a bit of a shock to Mr. Phil as well. I'm about to go and spend £1,500 on another steering wheel. This will be the second steering wheel I bought in 18 months. A third steering wheel I bought in 18 months.
Wow.
And the reason being, when I first bought the steering wheel for the driving games, I wasn't 100% certain whether I was going to really get into it, so I went in with the cheapest that I could buy, brand spangly new, but which was still pretty decent. And that was the issue. I mean, the very first steering wheel I bought cost me about fucking 60 quid or some shit like that. My god, it was a piece of shit. Nice, you got me streaming on a 60-inch Samsung as well. No, not so much Mr. Moneybags. It's I've realised that I really am enjoying the driving stuff. I'm really enjoying the driving games, and I now actually want to buy the steering wheel that I want. Wasn't actually out at the time. It's like brand new. It hasn't been out a year yet. But it wasn't out at the time that I bought mine. It came out about 1 month after I bought the G923. It came out about a month after that. So the one I want is the Logitech G Pro wheel and pedals. But I'm really getting into the driving games a lot. I'm really enjoying them. So better quality on the 60-inch. Now I would actually differ on that one, because you're seeing a 6 megasecond. Actually, are you on YouTube or are you on? Well, actually, it doesn't matter. You're seeing a 6 megasecond video spread over a 1080p video spread over a 60-inch screen as opposed to a small screen. I would have thought the bigger TV would have had a shittier quality picture.
Depends on how far you are from the TV.
Yeah, I guess.
If you're far away.
I guess.
I better get in some proper gaming posture.
Get what, sorry?
I have my monitor propped up on a bunch of books.
Okay.
Just to,
where are your eyes?
They're still facing down because I'm kind of tall, so I can't actually put the books up. I can't prop the monitor too far up, or else it just looks kind of weird.
It doesn't matter what it looks like.
Got your 6.
Well, yeah, okay, I guess. I must stick a few more in there tomorrow morning, because.
Well, according to my thing at work, that I have to go through every fucking year to teach me how to place a monitor. According to that, the top of the monitor should be level with your eyes. Now, I disagree with that, and I say the center of the monitor.
Center of the monitor, yeah. But corporate propaganda.
No, it's not so much corporate. They're trying to make sure that they don't have to get charged for a fucking damage to your back. You know, they're looking after their own finances.
Exactly.
So they do want to teach you to do it properly, but it's just that I don't believe what they say is correct is actually correct. I don't believe that's right. The most comfortable position I've ever looked at the monitor was I was sat at a well, actually it was a customer at first, then he turned out being a friend. I was sat at his computer, and his computer, you would look down on it. It was embedded into a desk at like a 45-degree angle, so you actually look down on it from your seated position, and it was incredibly comfortable.
Looking down at.
Yeah, it was. If you imagine, I'm sure you've seen like a tabletop computer game. So it's like a coffee table, which is the screen.
Yeah.
Well, if you imagine that, but it's at an angle at 45 degrees, and you're looking down at it, it's just very natural for your head. Good job, Mr. Cox. Yes, we're playing COD, Phil. It's the newest Call of Duty.
Actually, about that game, I think a lot of the mechanics in the game, as you said, with crouching and like shooting, they seem to be kind of dictated by the animations. As you said, even like with the recoil is just visual. No,
the recoil is real, but there is more visual recoil than there is actual recoil.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
The sight bounces around on your screen all over the place. But if you shoot it against a wall and do nothing, the bullets going up the wall don't match what you see on the sight.
I think they're using like a lot of that extra graphics power they have, and just to render more complex animations. Because
well, that delay that I was feeling the other night isn't here tonight. It's not here.
Maybe it was just.
I think it was just that one server.
Yeah. I didn't notice it too much, other than the regular frame drops I had because my GPU just wasn't good enough. Run it at 90 or 100 frames per second, but yeah. Even at really low resolutions, which is strange. Could have been CPU.
Well, see, the funny thing is, when I play, depending on the game, I can increase resolution, I can decrease resolution. It doesn't matter what I do, it doesn't make any fucking difference to the way that the game plays. It doesn't make any fucking difference. I can run the highest quality of everything. I've had one particular game, I can't remember what it was. I could run it on the lowest of the low settings, on like fucking 1600 by 900, or I could run it on ultra in 4K, and the frame rate was exactly the same. It just never moved. It never got any higher. It's like it was locked at like limited frame rate, and the game wasn't a limited frame rate because Chunker played the same game and he was getting like twice the fucking frames as me, and it wasn't a CPU bounding problem either.
That's strange.
It was just really weird, and I find on things like Battlefield 5 is CPU bound, but my CPU is no slouch. So it might well be CPU bound, but by the same token, fuck me, reload, you piece of shit.
Battlefield 5 does rely heavily on CPUs. It is very much just.
Okay, and I'm not going to deny that because I know it is very CPU bound because of the amount of players in the game. That's what's the CPU's all about. But here's the thing: I changed the CPU from a Ryzen 2700X, and I changed to a 3900X, and the frame rates never changed.
Yeah.
So it ain't that fucking CPU. I think it's more front side bus.
Bus.
I think it's more bus speed because the 3900X has a lower bus speed than the 27. One of them was 39 whatever. One of them's 3900 and the other one was 3500.
I don't know. I think memory bandwidth is kind of one of the bigger issues with hardware.
Again, I have to. I'm not calling bullshit on it because I know memory bandwidth matters, but you don't need the fastest memory to play a fucking game that was designed when the fastest memory wasn't available.
Yeah,
I mean, my memory is 3200. Again, it's not slow memory.
That's very fast.
But if I run the memory at 24, it doesn't make any difference to the fucking game. That was the whole thing. It didn't matter what I did. I could not make any difference to the game. It ran the same frame rate within a few frames from the lowest of the low to the highest of the high when it came to everything that I changed. It just didn't change. The game, I can't sustain 100 frames a second on that game, no matter what I do. I think there's something within like the configuration files of the game that's got corrupted somewhere.
Five's in the voice chat there now.
Yes he is. Awesome.
Bam.
Hello. So I think it's something within the config files of the game somewhere which has become corrupt, and it's kind of like locking it down for some stupid reason. It's being a dick. And as it happens, I uninstalled Battlefield 5 off the PC the other day. I went into a game and I spawned into somebody from across the map with a fucking... And when I say across the map with a pistol, I mean across a Battlefield 5 map with a pistol that couldn't see me at all, shooting me in the head every time I spawned, and shooting everybody else in the team in the head with a fucking pistol.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the first time I've encountered an actual cheat in that game. And I mean a real cheat, not just somebody that says, you know, people calling a cheat. That's the first time I've encountered it. I've just uninstalled it. The game's not the best anyway.
Yeah.
And if the game was really good, then I could put up with playing against a cheat occasionally. But the game isn't that good. It's kind of mediocre at best. It's still light years ahead of 2042. But the game is mediocre at fucking best. Like, some of the maps are really fucking fantastic and others are absolute fucking god shit. So, because of that, the fact that I've now found cheats in there, no. Not happening. It's been uninstalled, it's gone.
Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 4 kind of did the best job Battlefield has ever really done.
Actually, a lot of people say Battlefield 3 was better. Sorry, say again, Phil.
What are you playing?
I'm playing Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty. I've really needed a lot of brain dead games.
Is this a brain dead game?
Yeah, it's a brain dead game. You point a gun and shoot at the people. That's it.
Oh yeah, Call of Duty is as I described.
It's
a video game.
It's the epitome of it's.
Fast food video game.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's a very simple game. It's very much like.
Point and shoot.
Yeah, point and shoot, and to be honest, it's point and shoot. You have to aim down sight, because if you don't aim down sight, your bullets don't fucking work. But it is literally it's a Quake, an Unreal. It's that kind of simplicity to play. It's a little bit more complex than them, but the basis of it is point and shoot. And I mean,
I loved Quake.
So did I. Best game in the world, or one of the best games in the world. But the simplicity of it made it good. But Call of Duty doesn't have... It has the simplicity, it's just not as good.
It doesn't have the kind of like skill level.
No, it doesn't. It's a very unskilled game, especially when you add controllers and fucking aim assist in there. Yeah, I'm going down that road.
Yeah, they suck. I hate playing against console play, especially when you get into a match whenever you get into a match with 5 Xbox One players, you know, all in the one squad, and you know they're in a voice chat, just like, oh, you know, a fucking sergeant. Tell me what's going on, Sergeant. Commander. Fucking the like role playing
I just want to reach out and grab him and strangle him.
Yeah. I mean, I've been saying it for years, and I will always continue to say it. I think the ability to talk without having to push a button first has ruined gaming. I think the ability to have an open mic in a main game platform, as in within the game speech, to have an open mic, I think is the epitome of gaming. Because it allows people with no intelligence to spout their mouth off without a second fucking thought about what they're saying. At least if you have to push a button to talk, you have to think that you're going to talk. It's not a reactive speech, it's a purposely said thing.
A little bit of checks and balances there.
Yeah. Just the fact that you have to physically think about pushing the button to speak. Now, I've got nothing against open chat in such as where we are now, or in any kind of, you know, TeamSpeaky kind of scenario. I've got nothing at all against open chat, but not in the main game. Because if you're chatting like I am right now, if I was in the main game chatting like this, I'd be getting told left, right and centre to shut the fuck up, because people can't hear their game for my chat. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because they can't hear their game. What makes it even worse is when you got some people who can't speak English or don't speak English, and I know that's very fucking snobby of me to say that, but when they speak, they can speak English, but they choose fucking not to. Yeah, but they can speak English, they choose not to. When they fucking speak, to everybody that doesn't speak their language, it's just noise.
Yeah, if you're an English-speaking channel, you need to be.
This is kind of.
That's just being considerate.
The thing is,
for playing on European servers, even at that, it's kind of like most Europeans, Western Europeans at least, speak English.
Well, this game, to be quite honest, I think almost every server I get into is a European server.
Yeah.
Almost.
Well, if the general consensus is that everyone's speaking English, it's, you know, just makes sense, you know.
But they don't though. I mean, if I was Spanish or I was Italian or I was German or whatever, I'd be speaking my native language the same as they are. But I would have respect for other people, and I would never talk in game chat unless I would never talk about stuff not related to the game in game chat. I would only do call-outs.
Get in your own voice chat.
That's right. If you're going to talk crap, get into your own voice chat like I have now, so I can talk crap.
Right. Right on.
So I sent you a link on Discord.
Okay.
Serious Sam bundle, VR bundle, is on Steam on a really good deal.
How much? I
can't remember, but it wasn't a lot of money.
What's included in the bundle?
Serious Sam, the ones that I have, the VR ones that I have. But when you get
VR only?
Well, I've never bought anything other than the VR ones, and I got the real games with them as well, the 2D, the flat screen games.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever bought the flat screen games separately.
Well, that's what I mean. If they include it, that's totally different.
Well, the thing is, I got, within that bundle that I got the BFE, Serious Sam 3 BFE. I got that in that bundle, and then that allowed me, because it all ran under that fucking thing that we've got, the one that we got free, because it all runs under that, you can uninstall the original games, because any game that you have, as in within that bundle, they'll automatically go into that thing. That thing, by the way, you can right click on it and start it. You can choose the starting options in Steam now. They've changed some stuff.
What is that?
Right, you know the Steam thing. You have an issue that it always wants to start up in VR.
Yeah, it only gives me the VR option.
Right.
That's it.
You can right-click on it now, and you can choose how to start.
Did they change that in a recent?
It's been recently done in the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
So you can
keep getting friggin' updates all the time on that.
Yeah, well they're updating it because of the Steam Deck.
Every day I get an update.
Yeah, they're doing it because of the Steam Deck. They keep updating it to make Steam Deck compatible and things like that. So, but I mean the Steam input.
I understand that, but it's kind of getting annoying.
The Steam input is the Steam
pop up on my screen when I'm doing something else.
The Steam input system is becoming. I want to say I'm going to use the word improved. It's not making it any better. It's just making it easier for an idiot to use. It's making it a little bit more idiot-proof, which is I don't know whether it's good or bad.
Hasn't that been always been their goal? Idiot-proof.
Well, yeah. These people are pissing me off for camping. Fucking pissing me off. They're making the Steam input, the actual working of the Steam input used to be quite a difficult thing to use.
Camping there. Did you see that? Right behind the door, by the doorway.
You're about an hour behind me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Refresh your stream.
I'm on the TV. I can't keep up with all these damn different screen.
Well, once you go back, I find this myself because my stream does the same thing. Once on YouTube, if you fall behind at any point, you actually fall behind and you have to click the live button again to catch up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's on a TV though.
Yeah, but do you have a live button?
I don't know. Maybe. I just turn it on and let it go. Live button. Let me see how I get to that. It's kind of funky.
It's in the same place as when you do it, like when you want to fast forward or rewind a normal video.
I got your decal on the left. It says live under that, but it's not a button.
No, it's on the slider where you slide a video backwards and forwards when you're watching a normal video.
I don't have that.
You don't have a progress bar at the bottom of the screen.
This Samsung, it's on the Samsung TV on the app on the Smart TV. So
right. Is there a fast forward or a rewind button on the controller that you can use?
Nope.
What? The TV remote doesn't have a fast forward and rewind button, so you can't watch Netflix on it.
It doesn't have a rewind button. It's integrated into the directional pad. The fast forward rewind is in the directional pad. There's no dedicated rewind and fast forward on it.
So press it.
It doesn't do anything. It just changes the focus on the screen. Doesn't fast forward.
Okay.
Like unfollow. Then I got three vertical dots. Then I got the cog wheel, which is settings. And then I have the button that gives me the chat screen. The live chat.
Mortar support incoming.
Which I don't use.
Solid copy. Mortar strike on the way.
Who's somebody said Phil Condon? Oh, that's me. All right, don't laugh.
That was you. You said you asked if you were playing COD.
I know. I haven't had the live chat on TV. I just enabled it. No fast forward.
Is there a progress bar at the bottom, like if you were watching a video?
No, not at all. Nope. Not even when I go into live chat. I go down. No,
There's got to be something on there. It can't be that fucking bad.
there isn't. I'm telling you, this is a really, really basic interface. It's on this. It's the Samsung Tizen.
But Samsung is one of the biggest selling TVs in the world. They're not going to have such a shit interface.
That doesn't change the fact that there's no freaking fast forward bar on here. I'm telling you, there
Okay.
isn't.
Yeah.
There's not even, like I said, there's no dedicated button on the remote either. There's a play and pause, which doesn't do squat in this because it's live.
Pause.
It doesn't even pause it. That button doesn't function.
Oh.
Let me go back to full screen and see if it does.
We've lost the lead.
Or the live chat. When I do the D-pad, it just changes the focus on the different buttons that are on the screen, like go back, follow, all the EOP.
So you can follow me, but you can't pause this video.
I can. There's certain things on the screen that you can click on with your select button. Like,
So you can't seek through a video. If you're watching a static video, you can't seek through the video.
Like I said, there's no dedicated fast forward or rewind. I'm aware of it. I shouldn't have pushed that. I just pushed the volume thing and it fucked everything up. Oh, it changed my damn input.
Is there a browser in the TV? Yeah, use the browser to watch YouTube instead of a stupid fucking app that does nothing.
Means I gotta register another device. Not really looking forward to doing that. I'd have to register another YouTube instance.
Oh, is Carx playing COD with you, or?
Yeah. Well,
Right.
it was.
I don't know, I just saw the
Yeah,
Discord.
yeah. He's green. Look, he's got a green thing.
I'm not watching the stream, but I saw.
Ah, okay. Yeah, he's playing.
Oh, now I got one.
Oh, you just found it.
I closed it and I reopened it, and now I got the. I don't know how that happened, but honest to God, I was trying everything. I couldn't get a progress bar. Now I'm behind.
Right. Do you have a live button? It should say something words to the effect of go to live broadcast or something like that. I can only refer to what the PC says because that's the proper way to watch stuff.
I see it, but I don't know how to get to it. It won't when
That's
I go
the
down.
proper way to use the internet.
When I go down and try to go to that, it just goes to other videos, other channels, YouTube channels.
Okay.
The progress bar works.
Trophy system online.
Does it?
Yeah, it lets me rewind.
It should also. It's a live stream, so you should have a button on there which you can click or push onto. I don't mean on the remote. I mean on the screen where you can go back to live if you rewind.
Under the progress bar, there's a little. I don't even think it's a button. It just tells you when you're live. When it's live, it turns red. In other words, if I rewind it, it doesn't. It ceases to be red.
Yes. Rewind it and then press the live button.
There is no live button. I have to fast forward to get to that.
Okay.
If I rewind, the live indicator below is white.
Okay.
If I fast forward all the way to the end of the progress bar, it turns red, like telling me that it's live now.
Okay. So tell me when you see the end of the game.
What do you mean?
Well, tell me when you see the end of the game.
End of the game?
Well, yeah.
I'm seeing a scoreboard.
Right, that's what I mean. That's the end of the game.
Whoop, up, and now you go and you're changing. You're
Right.
in the.
Right, tell me when you see a dude.
It's showing XP and all that.
Tell me when you see a dude.
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. But I don't know when you saw him.
Well, I just said it exactly as I said it is what I saw.
Right, I'm about to click something on the screen. Tell me when you realise it's been clicked.
Where are you clicking at?
Doesn't matter. You'll see a chain.
There. Weapons.
Okay. Right. So you are live. You're about 1.5 seconds behind.
Click another one. Click another one. Click operators. Yep. Clicked.
You're about 5 or 6 seconds behind.
Yeah, I just heard your voice.
Right. Tell me what I click. That's all right. I can hear. I can hear. You're about 5 seconds back, so I can hear myself. I don't need to do that.
I had it turned down. I don't know why it's all the way up. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, Carks, that thing's not working. Sorry.
It's about normal YouTube delay.
It's normally between 3 and 5 seconds. Carks, I think the bot's not working. Let me check quickly.
Bot. That little guy on the left hand.
No.
In the
cloud bot, yeah.
Stream bot.
Right, go again, Cox. It's on now.
What's it supposed to do?
It allows you to earn points by doing the heist and stuff like that, and the claim.
Yeah. I haven't done that in a while.
How do you play against people who can actually aim in this game? I can't understand. I just can't do it. My God.
Is that your Irish accent?
It's my exaggerated accent, yes.
It's not that fucking exaggerated.
That's exaggerated, yeah.
It's not that exaggerated.
Why is this video so depressed?
It's called
YouTube.
What? YouTube.
Well, I don't know. I'm uploading at 6. I'm uploading at 6 megaseconds.
I was just watching it on the last session, and it was pretty clear.
Yeah, that's because you've got it set. You probably got it set to auto adjust, which means it auto adjusts to the speed that you can download it and sustain the speed.
I know why, because I haven't paid my bill. They're throttling my speed right now, I think.
They shouldn't be throttling you. 6 meg is not a throttle.
Oh, here's some, actually. Did you know that Nokia is still going?
What's 6 meg represent? Minimum required for a YouTube stream?
No, but if I was on an Xbox, you require, I think it's 5 meg or 3 meg before you can connect to Xbox Live.
Right.
Although, it'll never ever use that bandwidth unless you're actually physically downloading a game. It'll never ever use it. I mean, the average game still only uses about 200 kilobits, 200 kilobits a second of data.
Maybe if I stop the stream in the bedroom.
Well, it's 6 meg through every one if you're running a capacity. My stream goes up at 6 meg. If you're running at full size, which would be 1080.
Yeah, I'm running full screen.
So that means every one of the instances that you're running on various different things, if you're running at full, will be running at 6 meg per. So if you're running 5 of them, that's 30 meg is dragging. I recently did an upgrade.
What to?
I've got a gig down now.
Huh?
I've got a gig down. Carks, have you
What
left
is
the
that?
game? A gigabit down. Gigabit download.
Oh yeah. All right.
I mean, you don't get a gigabit. You get like 800 to 950 meg. Simply because depending on your Windows.
900 is pretty damn close.
When you're saying meg, do you mean megabits per second?
I say megabits per second, yes, because I understand the difference between megabits and mega fucking bytes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I get the difference. Megabits is smaller than bits.
Well, there's 8 bits to a byte.
Yeah.
So if your internet is 100 megabits, you're going to be able to download at about 8 megabytes. But when you download, you very rarely find out the speed in bytes. You usually find out the speed in bits. So the amount of times I see people going, "Oh, I'm downloading it at 250 megabytes a second," I'm like, "No, you're fucking not." Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I've got 250 megabytes internet and I can download it full speed. That's megabits, dude. There's the difference.
I have a usual like 7 megabytes download speed.
Friendly airstrike on the way.
So you've got like 80 to 100 meg internet.
Yeah. I don't think that's that bad, to be honest.
No, it's not. It's more than you'll ever need. I'm just greedy.
Not when you consider what we used to work at.
No, I'm just greedy. I'm just greedy.
Yeah, I have my bandwidth in Steam for downloads.
Yeah.
To the 6,000 kilobits.
Did you ever in your life have dial-up?
There's no way on this fucking world he has dial-up. No way on this world.
You didn't have to suffer through that.
I'm not sure it was suffering. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the challenge.
Well, yeah. But do you remember when we only had games that were modem to modem?
Yes, but I don't ever remember playing with you while you were on dial-up.
No, that was just me and Matt. We played Duke Nukem dial-up.
I mean, I used to play games with Chunk. I used to play Doom against Chunk because Doom wasn't properly internet based. It was a NetBEUI protocol. I can't remember what the name of the program that was used. There was a program that you had to run Doom inside of, and it then allowed it to work on a WAN rather than a LAN. I can't remember what the name of the fucking program was, but it was something like wide area dial-up connection or something like that. So we used to have to run that, and we could directly put each other's IP addresses in, and we could play a game over the internet as if we were on a LAN, of course, but we were playing it like fucking 28.8 bps modem speed, which is like only twice a fax machine.
I had one additional disadvantage, and I had an AOL connection. Your connection timed out, and if you're playing a game, you couldn't see the screen to click on it to keep your connection alive.
Yeah, I got you.
But I had a program that...
I was going to say, I'm sure I had a program in the background that did shit like that for me.
I did. Yeah, I did. I had a program that kept it alive.
AOL. I know that.
AO fucking hell.
Oh, yeah.
It's firmly rooted in...
I have a customer.
That was my only option back in the day.
I have a customer. If he's still alive, I have a customer. Actually, you will have heard of the company he owns. I will guarantee you've heard of it. The company he owns, and he still has an AOL email address. And the company he owns is Helix.
Yeah, I've heard of Helix.
You know, the geometry sets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the company he owns. One of my computer and satellite customers from many years ago. He still has, if he's still alive, which I very much doubt, to be honest. He still has a AOL email address.
I can't believe they still have email servers.
They still have the email service. It runs through something else. It's kind of a posterity thing, I believe.
They
AOL is still live.
they
it's still
sourced
up.
it out to another company.
It exists. AOL is owned by Time Warner.
In name only.
I don't know. It isn't very hard for me not to know that. So yeah, I instantly just think it's something of the past.
It is something of the past. It's like I'm sure you've heard.
It really is.
I'm sure you've heard of Woolworths, the shop.
Yeah, we have them over here.
Well, you see, Woolworths doesn't exist anymore.
The stores are still open over here.
Yeah, it hasn't. Woolworths hasn't existed. The company closed down like 20 fucking years ago, nearly.
I understand that.
But it exists. There's another company which took on the name and took on some of the stores. None of them are in the UK, and it also exists in its original online. What killed Woolworths were they were a traditional English company, and they wouldn't move with the times.
Didn't want to go online.
They didn't want to go online, and they wouldn't move with the times.
I think,
and to be honest, being a traditional company the way they were, they shouldn't have gone online.
That's what killed Kmart over here. We used to have Kmarts, and they went online far too late, and they couldn't catch up. Basically killed the company.
I think I've heard of Woolworths. I think they were over here at one point.
Yeah, they were. Woolworths were in almost every country of the world. They weren't a huge store in money making. I mean, they aren't fucking Walmart because they were actually a family owned company and not some corporate greed shithole. But they had stores almost every country of the world, every major country of the world. Or should I say every civilized country in the world.
They had a lot of niche products too.
Target area marked. You're clear.
Do you know the key to Walmart's success was economic planning? They actually have their own planned economy within that company. It's it's fascinating.
The key to Walmart's success is corporate fucking greed.
Yeah, that as well.
Keep the pressure at 1 minute.
But it's one of the things that really differentiate a lot of companies.
Oh, nice shot!
It does that.
You'll appreciate that one there, Phil.
But that?
You'll appreciate it when you see it. I took somebody's fucking dome. Nice quick flick across and get the dome, fuck him up, that kind of shit.
Catch him camping?
No, he's running towards me. Running towards me, probably saw me carrying a big ass fucking gun and thought, nah, he can't hit me in time. Boom! Went his
Nice little
head.
victory there. That's a nice cap. 100 versus 78.
I prefer them to be closer, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's bragging rights there. 100 over 78.
No, bragging rights is when I used to play with the rest of EOP on Call of Duty 4, so going back to 2007-8. The bragging rights were those games only went up to 75 per game, and we beat a team by 75-3.
That's bragging rights.
That was bragging rights. We absolutely fucking annihilated them.
They're like, what the fuck happened there?
Well, they were spawned. It was on a map that we had practiced time and time again. We knew exactly where everybody went, where everybody stayed, and where everybody watched. And the opposing team were in a position where they couldn't spawn and walk 10 feet before we killed them. That was when I used to play the game where you hold an area or hold a line or hold an angle and all that kind of crap, and I don't like to play that way anymore. I think it's fucking boring. It's very it's a very much a pussy way of playing because you're not actually giving the other people a fighting chance.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's not going well.
You got a samurai warrior there?
Yeah. Shredder. You remember Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, yeah.
Shredder.
Yeah, 7 megabytes a second. Pretty good.
See, the funny thing is, I mean, I've got gigabit internet, so I can download up to about, because of the way I've got my shit set up, I can download up to about 95% of my bandwidth. Which you're never going to do on a Windows machine.
Yeah.
You have to edit the machine to allow you to download that much. You've got to edit the policies. Because by default, Windows takes 20% of your download speed off you for Windows Update preference, and you have to tell it not to. But you can't give it nothing. You have to give it some. So I always give it like between 3 and 5%.
We've lost the lead.
I mean, it can take as much as it needs, but it has to have that as a minimum. That's the minimum it will ever use. But if you don't do that, Windows has a fucking fit at you, and he cries and goes home and tells his mommy and everything.
It goes home and tells Daddy Microsoft.
It does. And Daddy says you're not abiding by the licensing rules. And no, it's so I can my maximum download speed is about 950 megabits. So that works out at about 85 megabytes, I think. I can't remember exactly what the maths are on that, but either way. But no matter where I download from, if I download from a single source, I've never got that speed yet. To get that speed, I have to download from multiple sources at once. So no Xbox game I've ever downloaded has come down any faster than 500 megabits a second. No game on Steam has ever come down faster than 500 megabits a second. You have to download from several sources to attain that kind of speed, because most internet won't allow you to download at the full speed of your bandwidth.
Man, Steam should start just using torrents. They're so much better. Nah, that'd be terrible. That'd be
actually, believe it or not, when Unreal Tournament 2003 was released, that was released through torrent. It was the first ever torrent I downloaded, and it was 100% legit. And if people use torrents fairly and they don't be a leeching fucking bastard, torrents are extremely quick. In fact, your Windows computer acts as almost a torrent file, unless you change the setting otherwise. Because by default, your Windows system, when it downloads an update, will also feed that update to other people who are downloading it. It'll act as a server temporarily. Unless you change the setting to stop it from doing it.
I'm not sure about like it does.
But the way torrents work are, the more people are using them, the more sources you have to get the files. So therefore, if you can say you're downloading 100 meg and you can download off one service only, and that one person can only give you 10 meg, that's the maximum you're going to get. But if there are 100 people on there, each with 10 meg internet, they've got more bandwidth between them than you have, so therefore you can get full speed. Torrents are incredibly quick, but what happens is people get on there, they download, they leech like fuck, and then they turn their service off. So they've got it, and then they deprive everybody else of having the chance of getting it from them, although they've just basically leached it off others. They're called leechers. There used to be a system in place years ago when torrents were popular, and I don't mean illegal torrents. I mean decent ones, legitimate ones. There used to be a system in place where when you kind of logged in, you did have to log in with an account. If you were, it wouldn't look at what you were doing, but it would look at the bandwidth that you took rather than the in comparison to the bandwidth that you gave. And if you were at worse than something like a 20-to-1 ratio, like you downloaded 20 meg and uploaded just 1, if you were worse than that, they would actually limit your download speed. to force you to serve more. Of course, people hated that. But as soon as the said people that hated it realised that the moment you start putting yourself on a better ratio, you get full speed back again, they all started putting themselves on a better ratio and sorted themselves out and became better people. I'm gonna die. Oh, no. I thought those bullets were coming towards me. So, yeah, it's... Torrents were brilliant. The system behind them is brilliant. I mean, we have it at work for when I do a render of my work. When I have to do a high quality graphical rendering for like marketing or whatever, I have a piece of software that's installed in every computer within the network at my company. So I can leech all of their processing power to do the rendering.
Ooh, I am compiling an FPS limiter. This is some crack. No, this yeah, good stuff.
You're compiling an FPS limiter?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit, it didn't even work. I need to
Yeah, you see, I'm on Windows. I just fucking download one.
Ah, well.
Yeah, well, you just realised Windows 1, Linux 0.
I did just download it. Fuck's sake.
You got that? Windows 1, Linux 0.
Wait.
Sorry.
Well, at least I don't have fucking random programs loading all the fucking time. Man, that's what was annoying me with Windows. That's what finally broke me. I just stopped using it because, okay, fresh install Windows. Fucking, just like start up the thing, you know, the stop everything from running. You know, you say no, you install the thing.
Right, and then an update comes along and it turns it back on again.
Huh?
And then an update comes along and it turns all that shit that you turned off back on again.
I turned it all off.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like all the stuff that tries to get you to turn on, and like when you're setting up the operating system.
Right.
Yeah, and then I turned all that off. Update took like 2 hours because the app barely functions. That software barely functions, like the update stuff. Just do that, and then you restart, you get everything set up, you get your Steam installed, you get all this stuff, and then you see, like, you know how the loading signature on your mouse on screen. I just occasionally pull up like that and stuff, and like NVIDIA container is spiking the CPU a shit ton.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that with the new drivers?
No. I'm probably 2 sets of drivers behind, I think. I don't normally stay behind. There's been a few NVIDIA driver updates that I just haven't got around to doing yet. So I'm possibly 2 behind. But no, the thing is, lots of stuff can spike your resources. I mean, fucking IRQ requests are the worst offenders for spiking your resources.
Or IRQ requests?
Oh, right. You've never had a real computer, have you? Fuck. IRQ requests. It's old school stuff. But IRQ requests still happen in Windows. They still happen all the time. They're interrupt requests. It's the way an old mouse used to work. An old PS2 mouse. It used to work by, instead of, right, fuck. Big explanation. Try to keep it short. The way a mouse works now is Windows, at whatever your polling rate is, says to the mouse what you're doing. Then your mouse reports back. Then it says what you're doing. Then the mouse reports back and this is what you're doing. And that repeats every time at your polling rate. At which case it interferes with CPU cycles, and it can actually cause games to glitch if it happens to be wanting a thread that the game is using. That's why you sometimes get hitches. One of the many reasons. But when a mouse was on PS2, it used something called interrupt request, whereas when you move the mouse, the mouse, instead of the computer saying to the mouse, what are you doing? The mouse would say, I'm fucking moving, pay attention, bitch. And I am more important than everything else in this machine, so you pay attention to me. And that's why you had lower latency with an with a PS2 mouse than what you have with a USB mouse in general. Because they would stop the CPU from doing whatever the fuck it was doing and say, pay attention to me because I'm moving. And that's why the PS2 mouse was better. Where the USB mouse now is better because it has polling rates of 1 millisecond if you're fucking idiotic enough to do that. But you've got a polling system which is really fast, a polling rate which is really fast. We have higher processing power so it can actually cope with the drain on the resources. But a mouse does more than just 3 fucking buttons these days. I mean, a mouse before, a PS2 mouse didn't have buttons on the side. It had basically a right button, a left button, a central mouse button, and if you were lucky, it had a scroller. But quite often they just used to have 3 buttons, 3 push buttons. That's it, not even a scroller. The mouse wheel was a new thing. And then once they started getting buttons on the side, they all became USB mouse. I believe I have a PS2 mouse that could work as a PS2 or a USB or a PS2. It had an adapter. It came with an adapter when I got it. And that one, I believe, does have a mouse button on each side, but it has a default function that you can't do anything about. You can't change it, and you can't utilize it in games, usually. Or rather, you couldn't at the time. You could now, but you couldn't at the time, because games didn't accept side-scrolling conditions.
I think so.
So that was why historically, see, the thing is when people they kind of go now, they do the comparison of USB to PS2 and they go, oh yeah, the USB is just as good as the PS2, blah blah blah, because of this. But they forget they shouldn't be comparing it with a modern day computer that has fucking unlimited power, unlimited RAM and unlimited everything else. They have to compare it on the equivalent hardware. And if you put a USB mouse onto hardware from the time when the PS2 mouse was the most popular, then the USB mouse won't perform anywhere near as well. So you can't. It's like, for argument's sake, have you ever heard of a McLaren F1?
I'm not much of a car.
Okay, well, the McLaren F1 was a car that came out in the mid-90s. It was a 240 mile an hour car. I believe at the time it came out, it was the fastest car in the world, production car. It was also specifically built to win at Le Mans, which it annihilated everything at Le Mans by a fucking country mile. So it did its job. It did a perfectly good job. It was a 240 mile an hour car that came out in the 1990s, mid-90s. Now, if you look at that car today, the average GT3 car, which isn't a 240 mile an hour car that only maybe do 180, in a straight line they won't beat it, but round a circuit they'd fucking annihilate the McLaren F1, because they have downforce, they have better suspension, they have better technology, they have better this. So you can't compare old to new all the time directly, because it doesn't work. You have to compare old to the equivalent tech at that time to find out which one was better. So if you compare the McLaren F1 with every car that was around at the time, it fucking annihilated everything. But if you compare it to some of the cars we've got today, it sucks. Another car, a very famous car, was the Lamborghini Countach. It is my pin-up folder of my youth in the 80s. It was my pin-up on the magazine, pin-up on the wall and have a wank to it kind of picture, you know. The Lamborghini Countach is a dateless car. It still doesn't look out of date now. It still looks futuristic now. It did about 180-ish miles an hour, something like that. I don't know exactly. And it was the pin-up. It was the pin-up photo of the world in the 80s. that car today gets beat by a lot of family cars. I mean, a Volkswagen Golf VTRS, or whatever it's called, a top-end Volkswagen Golf, will beat that car. A Volkswagen Golf is a hot hatch family car. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the Lamborghini Countach was a fucking supercar. And so you can't compare today versus then and the technology today. Just because it's a USB, you can't do the comparison and say USB is better. You have to compare it with PS2 of the time and USB of the time.
I'm up, bro.
I hear some rowdy British dudes through your mic there now.
You hear somebody, but I'm not so sure they're British. I think they're more like European speaking English.
It sounds like someone saying Muppet. Like, you Muppet.
I thought I heard, I'm not bruv.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm not sure what I heard because I was talking at the time. You still there, Mr. Five?
Yep.
Just listen to your tirades, Mr. Archive.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
I could do with you being a bit louder if you can.
Covering you.
What's that?
I could do with you being a bit louder if you can.
Ooh.
Like this?
Yeah. What'd you do? Just move, just get the mic a bit closer.
Hold the mic out.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just a tiny bit quiet, that's all. I mean, to be honest, when I'm shooting the gun, nobody's fucking loud. Everybody's quiet.
Oh damn. Does Quake 3? Does Quake 2 not go up to?
all the way.
So, what was that, Phil? Sorry.
Discord settings.
Oh, okay. Right, what was that about? About Quake?
Saying, Quake 2. I'm running it there now. Does that not go up to 1080p and a bit of resolution slider?
Yeah, Quake 2 goes way beyond 1080p.
It doesn't seem to be right now.
No, you have to edit the config file.
Are you playing that?
Yeah. That's what I'm currently trying to do. Where's the config file stored? Is it in the game files?
Yeah, it's in the game files. It's in.
Yeah, you gotta open up the folder.
Yeah, it's in. Actually, Phil's probably a better one to tell you. He spent more time in there than me. I think it's in a bin folder. It's under like Quake. Fuck.
Right, I'm in there now. So CTF docs rogue exit.
Yeah, read out to me what you got folders wise.
Right, so what I've got is base queue.
That's in. It's in there. It's in there. It's in there. It's in there.
Base queue.
It's in base queue.
Alright, so players save, GameX DLL, maps.isd, config.csv.
I was gonna say config.config. But what I would do, you might have to read how to do this. Is I would make a copy of it, make your own config, and then tell the game to load your config instead of the one that you're reading now. It's or just make a copy of it first as a backup.
Or just back to the original and rename it.
Yeah, just make a copy. Just make a copy. Stick .back on the end of the original one, and then let your own be the one it uses. It's just so you've got a default. To be honest, I'm sure there is actually a fucking default which the config actually goes from. To be honest. I know there is.
I always made a backup of all my config files, named it backup.
Well, I just used to change the dot whatever on the end to be .bak.
Yeah, anything like that.
Yeah, that's all I used to do, and then I always did that. It was just so I could guarantee I could go back to where I was.
Have backup.
Yeah. It saved my bacon such a fucking lot. The thing is, I don't know if Quake does, but I'm sure it fucking does. I know Unreal Tournament, it had two files which you never ever altered. They were the default ini and the default user ini. You never ever changed those because they were defaults. So any changes you made to the user the user ini file and the config and the main config file, the main ini file, Unreal-Tournament.ini and user.ini. Any changes you made, you just delete your fucking files and let it rewrite the base ones back again.
What is up with the old games like this? I was having like Quake games. They always have the frame rate limit.
They always have what? Sorry.
All these old games, they always have like. I remember I was trying to run Unreal Tournament recently enough, and the original Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal Gold or something.
Yeah.
Had like a frame rate limit.
It had a frame rate limit, right? When the game first came out, it had a frame rate limit depending on the network choice you made. So if you were on a dial-up connection, it would limit you to 65 frames a second. If you were on a broadband connection, it would limit you to 85 frames per second. And if you were on a LAN, it had no limit for the frames. It was limited bandwidth so that your processing power and everything. You've got to think of the time they came out. We didn't have supercomputers, so they had the internet, yeah. So they had bandwidth limitations, which was one of the pisses with Unreal Tournament. I'll come back to that one afterwards. We'll just say frame rates. You had frame rate limits so that you didn't try and suck too much or more than you could through your internet, through your computer or whatever. So they used to do limits that way. That was how they used to limit things. But as years went on, those games were all built for single processors, single cores. When multi-core processors came out, the games were running at they're supposed to be running at 60 frames a second, and they were suggesting 60 frames a second for argument's sake, but they were actually running at double speed, not double frames, double speed. And it was a problem where the games were designed for single core processors, and when you put a multi-core processor, it rendered the game twice.
And games as well, they had their physics were based on the FPS.
Well, that's more of a Halo thing than anything else. But so right, yeah, Halo, that was very much the case with Halo. A lot of the animations in Halo, the full motion video animations and stuff like that, were based on in-game frame rate. That was when. Anyway, we've gone off on a tangent. So back to the point that they had limitations because of the hardware and the internet at the time required those limitations. Then when bigger processors came out with multi-cores, they had another problem where the game was rendering twice its speed, quadruple its speed and whatever. I remember the first time I run Unreal Tournament on a quad-core processor, it was running at what seemed to be like fucking 5 times speed. But it was running the frames, but it was running like... Instead of just running 300 frames, say for argument's sake, it took you 5 seconds to walk from one point to another at 60 frames a second. And the game was now running at fucking 200, 300 frames per second. Instead of it still taking you 5 seconds to walk from one point to another, it wasn't. It was taking you a fifth of the. It was taking you however many frames more. So if it was originally 100 and it's now 500, it's now going to take you 1 second to walk the 5 second distance. That's how the games were working. So they had to rewrite some of the files and to make them work with multi-core processors. But in doing so, the later versions of DirectX also put a frame rate limit to make sure that they didn't overspeed the game. That was a very long way of saying that, but I had to say the background.
Well,
I had to explain that.
Resolution didn't apply.
Sorry?
Custom resolution didn't apply after I did the INA.
There's 2 points of resolution. There's window based and there's full screen based.
Yeah, I have it set to full screen.
Okay,
it
then
just keeps reverting to
right. So
Windows.
you may have to. Hang on. Are you running any mods at all in the game?
Nope.
Not running any mods. It's an absolute vanilla Quake 2.
Yep.
So it's not the new ray traced whatever or anything like that.
No, it's the OG one that you sent me a while back.
Okay. If it's the OG one, absolutely OG, then it was definitely base Q2, base Q file. there may be another config file that it's using. It may be using a different config file which you haven't changed.
That may be true. Aha, the compatibility there. Wine. Yeah, so the Linux compatibility there is set up like a virtual Windows
Yeah.
kind of file structure.
Are you running it through Wine, are you? Surely you don't need Wine these days.
Proton. It's Proton.
Right,
Wine.
so Wine is... Proton's another version of Wine, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Isn't that the compatibility layer that gets used by the Steam Deck all the time?
That's exactly it, yeah.
So anyway, there's something else that you had to do, but that's basically how you alter it. But yeah, the frame rate limits were there because of hardware limitations, bandwidth limitations. Now, so the tangent that I was going to go off on that I stopped myself deliberately. There was a big thing when I was doing the competitive scene. There was a big thing where we would there are certain guns in Unreal Tournament and Unreal. There are certain guns which their performance was changed by frame rate. Okay. So you had a minigun that if you run 65 frames per second, which was dial-up frame rate, it would shoot at X amount of speed. If you were to run at 85 frames, Akirati Cox, I'll catch you later, dude. Thank you for the games. If you were to run at broadband speed, so 85 frames per second, updating playlist look, fuck me. If you were to run at that speed, then the gun would physically run faster because there was more frame rate. It would shoot X amount per frames, and it was a ratio. So what we used to do was, if we were doing something online, we would set, because we all had decent broadband for the time, which I think mine was about 1 meg. We would always set our network speed in the game to be LAN, because that was unlimited frame rate, and whatever your computer could do, you could do. And I was one of the lucky ones, whereas I got 115 frames per second, absolutely guaranteed. It never went up, never went down. It just fucking stopped there and never moved. And there wasn't many people that could get that kind of frame rate on the kind of hardware that we were using at the time. So I had a distinct advantage with the minigun, although I didn't use the minigun that much. But that problem still occurs in some games today, namely Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019. I did this and I tested this, so I can actually categorically prove that I'm correct on it. If you change your frame rate to be 30 frames a second and you shoot any of the guns, any of the full auto guns, they will shoot slower if your frame rate is 30 frames per second than what they will if your frame rate is 60 and up to 120. It's very subtle, and it's not distinguishably faster, but to empty a the time it would take to empty an entire magazine of, say, 30 bullets or whatever, the time it would take would be the difference. If I was to do it, sorry, I'll start again. I've got people in the game talking, so I'm struggling. If you I did it over time, so I did it how many bullets I could shoot in X amount of seconds. I think it was something like 1.5 seconds. And I basically, on my Logitech G13, I set a button to shoot and hold for 1.5 seconds. So 1500 milliseconds. And I looked at the magazines every time, and I could repeatedly get the guns to shoot 1 or 2 extra bullets on a faster frame rate than what I could on a slower frame rate. The difference between 60 and 120 was only one bullet.
Cool.
The difference between 30 and 60 was one bullet. But it's not something that was just a chance thing. It was actually something I could repeat time and time again, turn it up, turn it down, and I could get the same counts time and time again. So even that shit still happens today. There are still things based on the frame rate of the game.
Yeah.
But right.
A good example is Elden Ring, Souls-type game. That's locked at 60 FPS by the developer.
Yeah.
Because if it goes above, it just fucks up everything. Yeah. Actually, all the Souls type
but
games.
See, on the PC, Call of Duty Ghosts is got fucking some horrible limitations to it. Call of Duty Ghosts on the PC is got a hard limit of 90 frames per second. If you want to get it beyond 90 frames a second, you have to run a third-party piece of software to unlock the frames. You can't change the field of view at all. Again, third-party software to change the field of view, and the field of view is worse on the PC, I think, than it is on the console. And even worse than that, you can't use a mouse with a polling rate faster than 250 Hertz. If you do, you will spin on the spot. And it'll happen randomly. You'll be turning around a corner kind of thing, turning your mouse to look around a corner, and all of a sudden it'll do a 180 on you. It's got some fucking horrible limitations, that game, and it was kind of the very first game that they really did a console game first, and then put it on the PC and said that'll do. All of the Call of Duties before it were a little bit better towards the PC, and the first one that was produced for console first and then ported to PC was Modern Warfare 2. That was a console game that was ported to PC. It was also the reason why we have loot boxes in every game today. But as they got further on, they went more and more towards console base, and then that'll do for the PC. That'll do for the PC. They didn't even put proper fucking mouse drivers in Ghosts for the PC. So that was kind of the way things went.
Huh, that's interesting. So apparently with Quake 2 digital the CD music is missing because it was originally meant to be played from the physical CD.
That's correct. But you can there's a way around that. There's a way around that. You can shit, I can't remember what the fucking hell. There's a method of getting around it. You could take it off the CD. You can take it off the CD and you can put it into the game. You can put it into the game files. Because I can run the original Quake 2 on my PC with no CD, and I can have all the music.
Yeah, of course. So apparently, okay, so there's a problem. I was brought somewhere else by do something else by the PC gaming wiki, but it didn't even work. You have to make a new config file, but as I said, didn't even work. But yeah, apparently on Linux, if it goes above 480p, 640 by 480, it just doesn't really work on Proton.
Well, 640 by 480, to be quite honest, was probably a fairly decent resolution for the time that the game came out.
But I just found out about a full screen shortcut. Ah, that works. Nice. I'll go 900, 1600 with 1200. Wonky. That's a wonky resolution, alright. It doesn't even scale, right? Lovely.
What are you after? A 4:3 resolution?
Yeah, there we go.
1280 by 1024.
1280 by 1024. By 960 is the only one I can get.
Okay, then you need to do times. You need to do the 960 upwards. That's gonna be 11 something.
grand. Okay, that'll work. Full screen now. Should be grand. Medium.
Yeah, I mean, at the time Quake 2 came out, I would say the average gamer at the time Quake 2 came out was playing on an 800 by 600 maybe. I mean, the posh ones were playing probably on a 1024 by 768, and the really posh and the really posh ones were playing on 1280 by 1024, which was me.
I love the absolute strides they made, and I love watching like these older kind of games, like how the lighting, dynamic lighting was.
Yes, when you fire that fucking pistol thing and you see the light lighting up everything around it, it's going past.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing. Believe it or not, it's not dynamic light.
What is it?
It's a light map.
It looks like that.
It's a light map that travels with the bullet. It's very fucking.
Dynamic light.
It's not dynamic light in the same way. It's a pre-configured light map that travels with the bullet.
It is such a cool game.
It's the technology and the brains that went behind it. You don't see that innovation these days because we haven't got limited hardware the way we used to have. I mean, that game was running on a computer, and if you look at how well it's running and how good it's doing on the computers that it used to run on, compared with a computer today, you'd have to have a game of today that could run on a computer from 10 fucking years ago to be as efficient as what those games were. I mean, it's like Doom is seen as a 3D game, but when you actually look more into it, you find out a lot more detail. Doom was a top-down shooter.
Yeah.
Doom was never a three-dimensional game. Never has been. There's not a three-dimensional thing in the game.
Yeah, they have like made such great like. Okay, textures look nicer now. And that's about it. And then they have all the really stupid. Like, have you seen screen space reflections? Like the reflections used in most games now today. I don't like those at all.
What I don't like is I don't like what they're doing when you see hair on a character. It kind of looks like it's a like an old woman's fucking hairnet.
Yeah.
It's Ubisoft games are the worst ones for it that I've seen. You look at hair and it doesn't look like fucking hair. It looks like just a mesh of fucking blobs, and all held in place by a fucking like a hairnet.
It's like the graphics.
I don't know what they call it, but it's because they do cheating methods of doing things these days. But they don't cheat them to look well. They just cheat them to work.
Yeah.
I think
they look really like uncanny a lot of the time as well.
I think
there are really good examples.
It's because games years ago were built by people who were passionate about what they were doing. They actually cared about what they were producing because they were producing something that they wanted themselves. They were producing what other people couldn't or wouldn't. Whereas today, the gaming industry is a commercial load of bullshit and it's all about fucking money. There's no passion at all in games these days. There's no passion in the writing, there's no passion in the building, there's no passion in the coding. Everything's fucking copy and paste, bleed the shit out of the fucking customer some more.
Yeah.
There is no passion in games anymore. The last game that was built for, obviously it was built for money, but the last game that I remember that was built out of passion was actually the one that Cliffy B brought out. It came out on PC and PlayStation. It flopped terribly because of the time it was released. I can't remember what the fuck it was called though. I never played it, but the passion behind the game and everybody that I've spoken to that did play it, that said it was fucking brilliant.
Is that a new game?
Lawbreakers, it was called. No,
Lawbreakers.
Yeah, it was released about 2016, I think. It was kind of released around the same time as Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, Battlefield 1, Titanfall 2. It was kind of released in that year, so it was being released with fucking giants.
A lot of good games though. A lot of good games. Apart from Infinite Warfare. It's probably the most innovative Call of Duty they really had.
The most innovative Call of Duty they ever had was Ghosts. And that's not because of my prejudice.
Well, I guess, whatchamacallit,
the reason...
Infinite Warfare was definitely the best of the futuristic Call of Duties anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Infinite, out of the two. I mean, you had Advanced Warfare, which was a trial into it, and then Infinite Warfare, they kind of finished it and got it better. But the reason why Ghosts is the most innovative, and it's the reason why people hate it so much, is because it changed the way things worked. It changed the basic of the game. It was the game that introduced sliding. It was the game that introduced leaning. It was on console. It was the game that introduced such a lot of things. It was the game that introduced you had access to 60 fucking classes without paying any money. You had access to 60 classes because you never reset and started again. You just started a new class and a new class and a new class. So the game changed so many things, and people hated it because it was too big a change for Call of Duty. It's like everybody was, when Advanced Warfare came out, then when Infinite Warfare came out, they're like, oh, we need boots on the ground, we need boots on the ground. They made a boots on the ground. And now people are saying, oh, can we have another, like an Advanced Warfare 2? Can we have another one where we're jumping around with fucking jetpacks and whatever? Oh crap, I finished my gun.
Yeah, they want to, yeah.
The problem with the Call of Duty community is they don't know what they want. But what they do know is whatever comes out, they're not going to fucking like, because they're going to find every fault with it they possibly can. And if they can't go into the game and instantly be a fucking god at the game, then it sucks, and it's the game's fault. And that really pisses me off, because it's not the game's fault. If you told people what you actually fucking wanted, but you don't know what you want, you just know what you don't want once you get it.
It is kind of a Yankee personal glory thing. I'm not having fun unless I'm winning.
Yeah.
Sorry, 5. I'm kind of just alienating 5 there, but
You're not alienating 5. It's how the rest of the world sees it.
yeah.
Unfortunately, it's where a lot of it comes from. It's the whole if you don't win, you're a loser kind of attitude.
Well, if you don't win, you're completely useless.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know the script.
I don't know,
Look,
I just play games to have fun.
so do I, dude. So do I. I mean, but you know, if you beat me, you're a hacker, and if you lose to me, you suck. That's the general consensus.
You're one of the good ones, 5.
I can vouch for that. Oh, you nasty rotten piece of shit up there.
I kind of like this announcer fella going speaking in the background, but I can't find my way around this level.
Are you on the first level? You just spawned in.
First level, yeah.
Yeah.
I went through, killed all the bad guys, but I can't find my way around.
Oh yeah, you didn't kill all the bad guys.
Yeah, I know these kind of games. If you're killing the bad guys, you know you're going the right way. But
No, you haven't killed all the bad guys. There's a lot of hidden locations. Have you got your armor vest?
I have the armor vest. Yes.
You have your armor vest. Okay, so you went through the little tunnel. Okay.
Went through there, went around. There's a few guys after respawn. They respawned
Actually,
in the first area.
Okay. You may have killed everybody, but you haven't seen the whole level, and until you see the whole level, you can't get to where you're going.
At the end of the level, they usually tell you how many secrets you found too.
Yeah, and it's usually 1 of 3, 1 of 6.
Kind of like Easter eggs.
Yeah. It's a fucking great game. That game. I to be honest, I've actually considered playing that one again on stream, but playing the newfangled pretty one.
The new pretty game.
Yeah, the ray trace one.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I might do the ray trace one on stream. I fucking love that game, and I've played it on stream now 3 times. The only problem is, and it does create an issue, because the music in that game is really fantastic, but I have to have the music turned off when I'm streaming just in case. And the music creates the atmosphere. At least half of the atmosphere of the game is the music.
That's because of YouTube, right?
It's because of YouTube, yeah. It's because of copyright infringements.
I was just about that's because YouTube in it or something. Because he said YouTube. YouTube.
Yeah, it's copyright infringements. That's all. YouTube are cunts. I mean, it's the thing is though they take it to fucking extreme. You know what I mean? It's not that YouTube are actually upholding some kind of, well, they are upholding a law, I know, but the law is fucking stupid. That they're basically just they're just being cunts. There's no two ways around it. They're just being fucking cunts.
And you only have to play like a couple notes.
Oh, it doesn't even have to be a couple of notes.
Like
it's
the song.
It's a long-standing thing, but I've had a copyright, not a strike, but I had a copyright infringement against me on a video that had no music in it. And what they matched was I was playing Ghost Recon Breakpoint, and I was running through some grass, and my footsteps in the grass matched the cadence of a particular song, and they said you've used that song in your video, and I'm like, there's no music in my video. Yeah, but you've used that song because we can hear it and we've matched it. Well, you haven't. You've matched footsteps in the grass, but you can't complain about that. There's no way to complain about that, because you get 3 options to complain. One of the options is, I own the shit, and here's my proof that I own the shit. The other one is, I have the permission of the license holder. And then there's another, the other option is it's for creative commerce, right? Which is the one that everybody uses, which is illegal.
Applicable to footsteps in grass, though, right?
Sorry?
Nothing's applicable to footsteps in grass.
Nothing is applicable to, there is no fucking music in the video. How can you claim a copyright on the music when there is no fucking music in the video? And because of that, you can't do the complaint thing. You can't stand because you have no stance.
And it's all automated. You don't talk to an actual human being, right?
That's right. The first start of it would be the automated crap, but there's nothing that covers there is no music in the video. You're hearing things. There's nothing that covers that, so you fall over, you fail at point 1. If you were to do it, I mean, the annoying thing is there was one guy who actually wrote some music himself. He paid a singer to sing his song, right? He wrote the music himself. He paid a singer to sing it. He put it on YouTube, and it was a tuition video. Something to do with musical tuition, and fucking Warner Music Group fucking claimed it as their own and stole it.
Yeah.
And I mean, eventually,
all these people that pirate music, they're just as freaking guilty as anybody.
Of course they are.
Well, that's the whole point. I mean, they did steal his record. They claimed it was this. They claimed it was written by this, and there was a couple of notes that matched, but nothing else matched. He knew it was his. He had the sheet music and everything that he composed, and I mean, he got. They initially they gave him a strike. They took all the fucking money that the video had generated. They said they owned that money, so he had to pay them that money. That was everything the video had generated from day 1 up until the point that they decided it was theirs. Then any money that it earned in the future belonged to them, right? Then in the end,
Legal thieves, man.
in the end, he had to go to court, and it cost him £10 million to take them to court for them to go, oh yeah, we took it. And nothing happened to them for doing that.
Of course not.
But the problem is you can't fight people like that. It's like if Apple comes out with something and they say they own the copyright or whatever to something you come out with, and you're a £10 million company or a $10 million company, they'll just take you to court and just drain your fucking money. You can't fight them. I mean, copyright theft and copyright infringement is won by the people that have the most money. It's as simple as that, because, I mean, that's basically what happened with fucking Voodoo.
I don't know why I'm just playing every old school game all of a sudden.
Because they're fucking brilliant.
There's out of nowhere, like. I'm installing Doom 64 now.
I've never played that one.
No, it was only recently released on PC and consoles. Well, other than the N64.
No, I had an N64 and I had the game. I just never played it.
Yeah. I don't think like one thing I'm not too big of a fan about is that it doesn't really have a DZ Doom version yet, so I can't do like look up and down yet.
Yeah. Oh, in Doom.
Doom
shouldn't
64.
I probably couldn't look up and down the original.
No, you couldn't look them down the original.
I've seen a VR version of Doom. Right. This is fucking amazing. Not only can you dual wield any gun in the game, like you can dual wield the BFG, dual wield the fucking thing. Not only can you dual wield, but you can look over things. You can look up. You can look down, because it's full VR.
Yeah.
And you can do so much. I've never actually played the game, but I've seen a bloke doing it. I've seen a bloke who was doing it. It looked fucking awesome.
Requesting recon flyover.
Copy that. UAV is on station.
Smooth enough.
Tossing a frag.
I wonder if that's the frame rate interpolation thing that they had in the other Doom ports. Anti-aliasing max FPS. Yeah, they do. Goddamn. And you can up your FOV. Awesome.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Filtering on messages. Nah. Yeah, I'll turn this on actually.
So yeah, old school games were brilliant. They were just better. I mean, when you play them now, they are clunky, they are old, they're clearly not very good. But you can't compare them with what we have today. It's not fair.
Have you ever played Blood?
I don't think so.
You ever played Blood?
I don't think so.
It's run the build engine types. Same engine as Duke Nukem and shit. One of those games. Really good. It's got really strange enemies, like all the enemies are super hit scan, but it's a very sandbox driven game. It's a weird one. But I like it.
I like it. I like hit scan. I think they should introduce hit scan. Introduce hit scan weapons in every fucking game. We should have full hit scan weapons in every game now, right? And they should remove all lag compensation. Remove all lag compensation and have hit scan weapons. And then let's see how many people have got real skills. Instead of having the game look at where you were aiming in comparison to where the enemy was on your screen and then hitting them according to what the server thinks. I get pissed off at that because lag compensation is the fucking root of all evil when it comes to gaming. It's the reason for every fucking time you get hit behind a wall or any of that shit. It's all lag compensation. And it pisses me off to see it. And then you see people, oh, I'm aiming right at him and it's not fucking hitting him. Well, deal with a fucking ping, dude.
Oh my god, this game's lovely. So nice. Just the frame rate interpolation, everything works so perfectly. I'm getting like really nice 120 frames per second. Awesome.
Which game is that? Doom 64?
Doom 64, yeah. Just the modern port of it, done by the Bethesda. Damn.
So it's a more modern port for it.
Yeah. It doesn't have any of the features like GZ Doom would have, but it's still a lot better.
There was actually very recently one of the speed records for, I think it was either Quake or Doom, recently has been broken.
Yeah.
I follow a guy on YouTube called Carl Zobs or Jobs or something like that. He covers a lot of the speed running kind of scene and stuff like that. It's from either Australia or New Zealand. I'm not going to tie it down because you'll offend one of them. But he covers a lot of the speed running scene and things like that, specifically more towards Doom than anything else. Doom and Quake, bit of GoldenEye maybe. And he follows all of the proper records and shit. He's one of the people that and it's very much agreed on throughout with all the professionals in the speedrunning businesses that Guinness World Records should stay the fuck out of games. Because Guinness World Records, people think Guinness World Records are the authority in a world record, and they're not. They're just the people that record it.
Yeah.
How can an authoritative background be a person that doesn't know fuck all about what they're trying to authoritate? You know, that's like saying you know, how can a fucking how can a noob accuse somebody of fucking cheating when the noob doesn't know what a good player can do? There's a reason why the Overwatch people in Counter-Strike are all either ex-pro players or they are the highest ranked players, and you are not allowed to Overwatch somebody that's on a rank equal to or better than your own. But it's kind of interesting how that bit works. But yeah, he's I can't remember exactly what his name is, Carl Jobs or something like that. But yeah, he covers the scene, and he put a video up the other day saying one of the really old records for like 20 fucking years has just been broken, which I think is pretty fucking amazing, to be quite honest. I think that's me done for the evening.
Yeah, just heading for half past one.
Well, 10 past at the moment. Oh, 5. You didn't answer me. When do your clocks change?
They already did.
When did they change?
I can't remember. Last week.
Okay, so right now it's...
I don't have to worry about it because everything's automatic. I mean, back in the day when you had manual clocks.
Okay. What time is it here right now?
Here is in here.
Here, right now, for me. What is my time?
Well, I guess.
See, it does matter because you're now having to work out that it's 4 hours instead of 5.
Oh, so it's only 1 o'clock.
Yes, until Sunday. At Sunday, our clocks go forward on Saturday evening, so everything's automated.
Yeah,
The reason why I was
was in-
asking was because if I
was
give
in
you
a
a
pub
time,
the night that it changed, and everyone was complaining because they lose an hour in the pub.
yeah, it kind of makes me giggle, that one.
I know.
That's why hours change at something like 2 o'clock in the morning.
They do that here too now. They change them at 2.
Yeah, it was
They
about
used-
2 o'clock because there used to be nightclubs open till 1, and that
Yeah,
people were thinking, I got an extra hour in the winter.
Well, most of the clubs are 2 or 3 o'clock here. If you go into Tampa, there's some clubs that are open till 3.
Yeah.
But over here in Pinellas and Pasco, it's 2.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it used to be that they would fling them ahead at midnight.
That's right.
But now they do it at 2.
Yeah.
I think because
that was the deal that we had. What happened with us was
complaining.
in the winter time, if they were done at midnight, it means if the club normally closed at 1 and they changed the clocks at midnight, it's now 11. You get an extra hour of drinking.
Well, not only that, but the clubs are losing money because they had to close up early. They lost an hour's worth of revenue. That's mainly.
No, I'm on about in the winter where they gain the hour. In the summer they lose the hour, but in the winter they gain the hour. But that was why they did it here, so the clubs couldn't open an extra hour. That's why they changed it to like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, here it's spring ahead.
It is. It's same here. Spring ahead. It's spring forward, fall back.
Right.
But at the moment, there's only 4 hours between us until early hours Sunday morning.
So we're looking at what, like 2 weeks difference?
It depends on when yours went. If yours went last week,
I don't
it's
remember,
1 week.
to be honest with you. It really doesn't matter.
I think it is about 2 weeks. Well, it kind of matters if yours have changed and mine haven't, and I say I'm going to be online at this time, and then you go, okay, he's 5 hours ahead of me, and then it's wrong, isn't it? That's why it matters. But I used to have. I
haven't been doing a whole lot of that lately.
I know, like for the last 6 months.
Off and on. I've been off and on 6 months, but it's nothing like I used to be.
Oh, I know. I think I've done all of my guns.
Have you done all of them?
No, not completely. I've done all of the assault rifles, with the exception of one, which I can't unlock that gun. I think I have to buy it, or I've got to do some challenge that I can't do.
Can't really blame me because it's not like it used to be. It's not as fun. It's not as fun to me. I do like my VR game, and I guess I need to get back into that.
Yeah, your battery's going to be.
Well, it's partly due to that. My laptop has been so unstable lately. I can't trust it.
What's wrong with it?
Well, I've been getting blue screens. The latest kick is the blue screens.
Huh.
And then
Proper operating system, isn't it? Okay.
Windows 10.
It's a fantastic operating system. There's nothing wrong with the operating system. It's the other shit that's on the machine that causes the problem.
Yeah.
It's the fact that
I just need to get a dedicated gaming machine and keep all that other crap off of it.
It's the case of it's got so much installed on it, and it's got itself a bit upset.
It really doesn't. I think it's just. I think it has to do with I don't know what it is. I really don't have a lot on it. I've been guilty of that way more in the past.
That's complete.
But I don't have a dedicated machine for gaming where I can just have gaming related stuff on there and nothing more.
You need to fix that.
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
No, I said, you need to fix that.
Yeah, I know.
That's it. You just need to fix it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I need to build a new machine.
Well, here's the thing about Linux. Okay, literally every old game runs on it. Every old game I've tried runs on it. It's kind of crazy.
Congratulations. You've just caught up to what Windows was 20 fucking years ago.
Yeah, it's mad.
Are you running the games through a Windows emulator or something?
Kind
Not
of.
an emulator. It's kind of an emulator. Not really. It's got a compatibility layer. It's
You're
like
doing a virtual machine on there or something?
Kind of. Kind of. There's a compatibility layer which is similar to Wine, where it's called something else. And
well, no, it is Wine.
Right,
Like
so
Wine.
so the games are running within a Windows emulator, whether you want to admit it or not. They are running in a Windows emulator.
I mean,
and it's also quite limited. Can you run a DirectX 12 game?
Yeah, you can. I think so. Yeah.
But can you run DirectX 12, or do you have to have a conversion that puts it into Vulkan?
You have to put in a Vulkan, yes.
So no, you can't run a DirectX 12 game. So no modern game is ever going to run on it properly.
So Vulkan is just a different flair of Wine?
No, Vulkan is a different flair.
It's its own thing.
Vulkan is a different flair of Quake GL and OpenGL.
Oh.
What is Quake GL? I've not heard of that one.
OpenGL.
I've heard of it. But,
right. OpenGL was the original one. And then when Quake was written, OpenGL didn't do a good enough job. So they wrote a variation specifically for Quake, which used the OpenGL base. And then they wrote it specifically for Quake to make Quake run as efficiently as it did. The problem at the time was there were very few graphics cards that could actually run proper Quake GL. So you had to get this little like 3DFX something or other that you had to install with other graphics cards to make them work.
We won't even touch upon Voodoo cards.
No. The best in the business by far.
I still
I know what Voodoo
I still have many of my Voodoo cards.
I still have my Voodoo 3, my Voodoo 3 500, my Voodoo 4, and my Voodoo 5. I may still have my original Voodoo. My 4 meg Voodoo add-on card. The Voodoo card, in a nutshell, revolutionized the gaming industry more than anything that's happened since.
Yeah, you said this before. I know what Voodoo is. It has a reputation.
It's basically, it was a Glide API, but it's just so fucking efficient.
That was a superior API though.
Yeah, but it wasn't invented by NVIDIA and Microsoft, so they had to kill it. But
it's like Vulkan today. Vulkan's far better than literally everything.
Anywho.
Yeah, I want to agree with that. And I've got some games that I can run in DirectX, or I can run them in Vulkan. And I get more frame rate with Vulkan, but the game isn't as pretty.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. The game is not as pretty under Vulkan with the same settings as DirectX 12.
I mean, what does it change, really?
It's just not as pretty. I can't explain it. It's just not as pretty. I mean, I don't run games max out.
Such a pretty boy.
I don't run games max out settings, so I don't really notice, the really high textures or anything like that. But Rainbow Six Siege on Vulkan does not look as good as Rainbow Six Siege on DirectX, and it crashes more often on Vulkan than it does on DirectX.
I think that's just a bit of a Ubisoft developers thing,
Well, that's the one that comes to mind. I've seen others, but I'd say most of them pretty much are Ubisoft. Most of the games are Ubisoft that I've played with Vulkan.
Well, my brother's birthday's tomorrow.
But no, I'm definitely not a pretty boy, considering I turn the graphics down to make games look fucking abysmally shit. Because I prefer clean lines to pretty.
Oh, I hear you.
I kind of try.
I'm just messing with you, man.
I know.
My rule on keeping
Y'all
games.
get it? Y'all come back here now. You hear? I can't even talk like a southerner.
No, you
My
can't.
rule is high, keep the textures as high as possible and anisotropic filtering.
I don't keep
That's
textures
a
as
very
high as
pretty
possible.
gun.
I keep textures as high as I need them, just as high as I need them to see the detail that I want to see. Nowhere near as high as I can. I mean, I could go through the graphic settings here and you'll see everything is on mediums.
Yeah. But everything starts looking soft once you turn down the textures.
It's 72 degrees Fahrenheit here right now.
It's not quite that here. Right, when you say everything kind of looks soft when you turn down the textures. Well,
I mean, like turning down the settings overall, it just looks so soft. I'm trying to exactly pinpoint exactly which settings are making everything look soft.
Oh, I know what you mean. I was justifying it. I was justifying the fact that that's what I prefer.
Soft?
Well, no. But it's kind of, you've used the wrong term. When you turn shit down, you usually get fucking jaggies and stuff like that because you turn down filtering and you turn down other crap. But I like the simplicity of things. So if you've got,
me too.
If you've got you're inside some kind of fucking church and you've got stained glass windows on the walls, if I could turn down those stained glass windows to have them so they're just fucking clear glass, I would.
Oh yeah, same here.
And if you've got pretty textures on walls, if I could turn them off and have all the walls be just fucking plain grey, I would. And I used to in Unreal Tournament because you could do all kinds of shit with that game.
Yes, you could.
Even in like the real world which I occupy is most of it's kind of just grey walls. I don't see it. I kind of have a thing where I what's the word? I'd say disassociate from the rest of the world. You know, you're kind of just stuck in your brain.
Right. So here's my
really notice anything.
Right, on my texture settings. Right, here's my texture settings. I know you can't see them, so I'll kind of read them to you. I am using NVIDIA DLSS, and it's set on performance and 82 sharpness, whatever the fuck that is. It's just default when I turn it on. Right, so texture resolution very low, texture filter anisotropic normal, nearby level of detail low, distant level of detail low, clutter draw distance short, particle quality low, particle quality level low, bullet impacts on because I want to see where I'm hitting the walls, persistent damage layers on, shader quality low, tessellation near, terrain memory max, on-demand texture streaming on, streaming quality low, volumetric quality low, deferred physical quality off, water caustics off, shadow map resolution very fucking low, screen space shadows off, spot shadow quality low because it doesn't go off, spot cache medium because it's better, particle lighting low, ambient occlusion off, screen space reflections off, static reflection quality high, weather grid volumes low, post-processing, fuck me, NVIDIA reflex low latency on, depth of field off, motion blur off, weapon motion blur off, fill grain off. I can't turn them down any fucking lower.
Yeah. I hate when you can't like turn off ambient occlusion and all those stupid post-process effect.
I've got everything as low as I can to make the game still viewable in a decent way. And I mean, they show you these pictures. The one I'm looking at right now is like, this is what it looks like on low, and this is what it looks like on high. Well, I kind of understand what you're saying. One of them looks prettier than the other one, but I don't want to look at the pictures. I want to shoot some fucker that stood in front of the wall. Oh, and the character models are high quality, so they stand out against the mushy background.
I added a
Kind of like a
shader-based ray tracing to
a
Minecraft.
close focus on a camera.
Kind of, yeah.
I'll actually show you the graphics mods I installed in Minecraft, and there's no, this is kind of like my example of like what I mean by.
See, if you're looking at my screen, Phil, the picture on the left, the shadow resolution, the picture on the left is what I have. The picture on the right is what it can look like. But looking like that, which for me is not different enough to fucking matter.
It doesn't look much different to me at all.
It's the shadow quality, the sharpness of the lines on the shadows. That's the only thing that's fucking different.
Who the fuck cares about that?
Right.
It doesn't look that much better, really.
And that's my whole point. But that not looking much better will cost me 10 fucking frames.
There you go.
Screen space shadows. I've got all that. It's like, again, you've got the left picture and the right picture. I can't see any significant differences that I care about between the two. But one of them's going to cost me 10 frames.
That's where you're going.
I'm gonna watch the stream there now. Yeah, I see if I can see what you're on about.
I mean, bullet impacts, I do have them on because I want to see where I missed the opponent and I hit all the wall around them.
Right.
You know, so
that absolutely makes sense.
But it's like the texture resolution on the brickwork here. The brickwork on the left or the brickwork on the right. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm not looking at the brickwork. I'm looking at the dude that's in the archway that I'm going to pop his fucking dome.
His dome!
Why have it so very low? It's
Well, why have it any higher than very low? I don't care to see it. It could be a plain wall with no fucking bricks for all I care.
You're gaining frame rate.
Does it actually though? I've always known that like I've always come to know that textures just take up VRAM.
Yeah, you start running your VRAM, you start losing frames. But my whole point is, why do I need to run the one on the right instead of the one on the left when all I want to do is shoot the dome of the dude that's in the archway? I don't give a flying. That for me could be just an orange plain fucking wall, as far as I'm concerned, or a grey plain wall with no brickwork or anything. I don't want to see that. I want to see the person. And when you turn the graphics down, the character models, when stood against them, often pop out more. The same as I used to use colorblind coloring to aid things popping out more against backgrounds. There's no point in half the shit that's in here. You just what benefit do you gain from the sparkler on the fucking right to the sparkler on the left? What difference does it make to the grand scheme of things? Does it help you shoot somebody? No. Am I going to stand there and look at it? No. I'm going to shoot the person that's behind it. So none of it means anything to me. None of it is of any use whatsoever. If you were to see how low the quality I used to run on Real Tournament, or Quake 3, if you were to see my game, it looks completely fucking different to your game. If you install the same game, they'd look the two maps would look completely different. Completely different. I used to change all the textures. I used to change all the textures. I would turn all of the lighting off. I would have no lighting whatsoever, because that means everything in the map is full bright, which means there's no shadows. You can't hide. I mean, today that would be considered cheating by the fucking idiots that we have today. Today that would be classed as cheating by the idiots that you have today. Oh, you've manipulated your game files. You manipulated your game files. That's cheating. And I'm like, do you know when you go into your menu and you turn down your graphics settings? That's manipulating the game files. You're cheating, bitch. But yeah, you can't do any of that these days. They classify it as cheating because they're all fucking idiots and they don't understand what cheating actually is.
I sent a few images into images on the Discord server there. Yeah, I kind of just modded Minecraft to add like ray tracing, like shader-based ray tracing. It's pretty cool. I
Oh.
turn off shadows and stuff just to get the better performance. But it looks pretty nice anyway. And that's kind of like the best lighting can get in my eyes.
Right.
Like as of recently.
You see, what I do when I look at that, right, and I'm not knocking what you've done, because what you've done I think looks fucking brilliant, but does it make the game better? No.
Hell yes.
Well,
when you're looking at like your nice building that you've just made, yeah. That's why it's the only, this is the only game I'd actually add.
But having said that, that Minecraft is a game where prettiness kind of matters because you build things in it and you want to admire what you built. I understand that. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Survival games.
I've built, I've built a load of maps for Unreal Tournament. I built a shitload of maps for Unreal Tournament, and what I build is completely different to how I play it when I actually fucking play it. What I build looks really pretty. I put lots of lighting in there and lots of pretty effects in there and lots of this and lots of that and lots of all the rest of it. But when I actually play the game, if I was actually playing it properly, all that shit gets turned off. Yeah. I turn everything off. I just turn everything off.
I think even Minecraft just basically has like it has a very nice. It's a very stylized game. Especially most games that you play just to play.
It's a fantastic game for 10-year-olds. I'll give it its due. It's absolutely fantastic for 10-year-olds.
I like it anyway.
I'm not knocking you for liking it. I'm not knocking you for liking it. I mean, you could use the argument all gaming is for 10-year-olds because adults don't play games. You could make that argument completely and utterly, but there are some games which are definitely aimed towards children more than others. I've got terrain. I've got that on max. That's on max setting. Terrain memory.
I play it to kind of just relax. Kind of what I do with it.
I have played Minecraft once, and I kind of at the time I was kind of pressured to play it because somebody said, "How can you knock the game when you haven't played it?" So I played it. And what I did was I dug out some little markings in the floor with a circle around it. And the markings in the floor, when you went back with the camera, said, "I'm not fucking 10, piss off."
Lovely.
And I said, "Now I've played Minecraft, shut the fuck up."
If you're 10, you'd probably have like the imagination to like not really need a video game to express yourself,
Dude, you haven't seen many 10-year-olds lately. When we were kids, yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree when I was a kid. But 10-year-olds today, the first thing they want's an Xbox.
Or a phone.
Or a phone, yeah. Look, I've got static reflection quality on high. Look at that.
That is one thing I'd agree with on boomers. That we had so much better back in our day. Whatever, Yeah, that's the one thing I'd agree with them on. I got the people that say that kind of thing.
Where's my steak at? Damn it.
Yeah, look, see, I've got static reflection quality. That's on high. Look, see, I have got a setting on high.
Static reflections.
Yeah.
Why bother with static reflections of all the things?
Because it looks a little bit better than not having them on high.
Oh, another reason for me modding my Minecraft just stupidly was
you don't have to justify it.
Obscenely high frame rates.
You don't have to justify it at all. No, you're modding it because you wanted to, and that is perfectly fine.
No, I just want to mention that I got the game to run like really well.
Man. Game for what you like.
Absolutely.
Actually, let me test that again. I'm gonna turn off these shaders and go like.
There's been a ton of complaints about this game because they've removed the third-person version of the game.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to go over well these days.
Well, there's a lot of people who are complaining. I mean, there's got to be 25 of them. You know, there's got to be 25 people in the world that wanted to play a first-person shooter in third-person format. There's got to be 25 at least. They were complaining, oh, they took it away. I only bought that game for the third person. Why the fuck would you buy a first-person game that's been first-person since its inception, with the exception of one trial 12 fucking years ago?
Wait, what was that?
Modern Warfare 2, the original, had a third-person view.
Wow.
But it was in something which was like private matches only. As far as I'm aware, I don't think it was the general game could have third-person view. And you definitely couldn't play as third-person against first-person, because that's just unfair and cheating. But there was a guy on YouTube, he's like, oh, they've removed third person. I said, fuck me, they've removed third person from a first person game and you're whinging. You'd have bought the game anyway. I only bought it for the third person.
He's a wanker.
You're one of the 25, dude. You don't fucking count.
You're a wanker.
Hey, it's not a wanker. I mean, if you want to play third person, that's fine. But don't expect a first-person shooter to become third person. You just wanted an excuse to use it. But, you know, it's like, could you imagine them bringing out a fucking Doom third person? It's just not going to happen, is it?
Hell no. That'd be sacrilegious.
But they would do it because, you see, third person has the advantage of you can actually see the pretty skins that you've just spent a fortune decorating your character with. Which I think which I think should be banned anyway from games. That the ability to decorate your fucking character should be banned. Full stop.
Well, how are they going to make any money?
Well, what they do is they do what they used to do, and they allow people to run their own servers, which means they don't have the bill of running all of the servers. Because that's what created the need to make money in-game.
Corporate greed.
Corporate greed.
Pretty much. But I mean, the reason I don't agree with skins in the game, as far as I'm concerned, you should have one team that's all in blue and one team that's all in fucking red. And there are no skins and nothing you can do to change your appearance, and your appearance must stand out from every possible background, so you become a target. So you can actually play to the skill of shooting rather than the skill of hiding.
Key mods that kind of had that general idea.
There was no need for UT mods. It was built into the game. You had Team Red and Team Blue. You also had Team Gold and Team Green.
But you had skins, you know, different player skins that you.
Oh yeah, you did, and you could change them completely.
Right. It was either red or blue.
It was always dominantly red or blue. I mean, what they tried to do was in one of the Call of Duties called Black Ops 4. What they did was they allowed you to change your skins, but you had these little lights on your suit, which were either red or blue, depending on your team. But you could barely fucking see the things. By the time you could see them, the person that was running towards you already killed you. So you couldn't really see them. The maps were so fucking horrible in the dark. So the thing is, I'm an advocate of when it comes to things like kill-death ratio, a modern day player to increase their kill-to-death ratio.
What's that? Kill-death ratio?
Yeah,
what's that?
Right. To the modern day player to increase their kill-death ratio, they try to die less. Okay. Mm-hmm. In my time,
I never really understood it, to be honest.
In my time, if you want to increase your kill-death ratio, you try to kill more. You see, mine and everybody around at the time, our game style was get as many kills as possible. The game style today is die as little as possible. So that's
the reason why camping is popular.
That's right. It's a very passive game these days. It's not an aggressive game because the aggression isn't there. The aggression is in the lobbies afterwards where you call everybody a pussy and a cheat because they just beat your ass. Because they were running around the map with a little tiny gun and they beat your ass while you were lying down in a fucking corner. So that's the difference.
pussies.
That's the difference between gaming today. But it's not just gaming. It's all, even proper sport. Even proper sport, going out to win the game is now a case of conceding less goals as opposed to getting more goals. They always try to defend
Not
before.
with the Boston Bruins.
I don't know what that is.
My Boston Bruins hockey team, man, they go out consistently, score as many goals as they possibly can.
Yeah, but they're just a bunch of teenagers that just want to fight on the ice.
They're not teenagers.
Yeah.
40-year-old guys out there.
Okay, the attitudes of teenagers.
Well, anywhere from
I
20 to 40s.
I get it. Yeah, 40 would be pretty old, I'd imagine, for that sport.
There are some 40-year-olds out there,
But
believe it or not.
But the whole thing of sport these days is to win a game now, you have to concede less goals or whatever, rather than you have to score more goals. If it doesn't matter what the team is, say we'll talk about your hockey team for argument's sake. I don't know how the scoring works, so we'll just play along. If they go
The team that has the most goals wins the game.
I know that, but I don't know whether they're called goals. That was where I was going. Right. So if one team.
You said you had hockey over there. If you did, you would have known that.
I don't play hockey. I'm not interested in hockey.
You said you had it over there.
Well, we do, but I'm not interested in it.
Well, you seemed somewhat interested in it the other day.
No, I just said we have hockey. We have what you call field hockey. We call hockey.
No, we call it hockey here. We don't call it. Oh, your field hockey is hockey.
Yes. No.
Oh.
Our hockey is your field hockey. Your hockey is our ice hockey.
That's what I mean. What we call field hockey here is hockey over there.
Yeah, it's just hockey to us. And so our main one is field hockey. Our secondary one is ice hockey. Which is the opposite way around for you.
In all fairness, they do call it ice hockey technically, but it's such a popular sport over here.
The popular name is just hockey. So anyway, the point being,
there's field hockey and there's ice hockey.
If your guys got 10 goals ahead, they would not try and get 20 goals ahead. They would sit on their laurels and defend. The same as every other sports team in the world.
That's not my Bruins.
I bet I could watch a game where they do it.
No.
Okay.
They don't.
It's the only team in the world then. Anyway, that's the point that I'm trying to make. People, they play passively now. They play defensively rather than playing aggressively. And for me, that doesn't fucking wash. I hate it when people do that.
Now, when a team gets tired and they've been on typically they only run like a 2 or 3 minute shift at best. And if they're out there longer than that, you tend to get quite a bit exhausted. Now, you may see a player or two not playing with the same amount of gusto, and it's totally understandable because hockey is quite exhausting. I don't know if I played it. I can definitely attest to that.
I've not played it, but I used to do ice skating, and I imagined being a hockey player, if that makes any sense. I used to go ice skating with the hockey boots on and all the rest of it, and I would go around the ice as if I was a player, but I wasn't. I've never played it. My cousin played it at a professional level. But the point that I'm trying to make is if you look, well, it wouldn't be so exhilarating. It wouldn't be so exhausting if they didn't have to wear all of the clothes. But if they didn't have to wear all of the clothes, they'd be dead.
You'd be dead. That puck flies at 90+ miles an hour.
But it's just hard. It's just the way that people are these days. People want the easy route to do things rather than the hard route to do things. I mean, even fucking Usain Bolt, on the last 100 meters he ever ran, he backed off like 5 meters from the end. Even though he knew he wasn't going to win, or he would have won if he'd have kept going, but he backed off because he said, "I've got nothing to fucking prove. Why risk hurting myself?" But that's the thing. When we play like football over here, the teams get one goal ahead and then go full.
To hurt himself with the campers in video games.
Yeah, that's not really
not the same thing.
at all the same.
He doesn't want to hurt himself. That's a valid reason not to.
Well, they don't want to hurt. They don't want to hurt their kill death ratio. To them, I can assure you, it's the
It's not
same.
the same thing, man. Come on.
But to them, it's the same.
What are you laughing at?
From a competitive point of view, it is the same. It doesn't matter how you look at it. The esports thing is just as competitive as any real sport out there.
I'm not saying it's not competitive, but there's a big difference between somebody not wanting to sprain his ankle or dislocate his knee or whatever.
Right.
And you're trying to compare that to somebody who's losing their
No,
ego?
I'm not trying to compare them. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to illustrate the similarities between them.
Alright. I think I'm ahead there now.
That's very different to comparing them and saying they're equal. But the principle behind them is the same. If somebody, let's say for argument's sake, Usain Bolt hurts his leg, he's out for the rest of the season, he can't run, he's going to gain no more races, no more anything else. If you have a team of people and that one person's kill death ratio drops by a certain amount, they may be taken off the team for the rest of the season. The result is the same. That's what I'm trying to get at.
They hurt their pocketbook.
Okay, goodbye.
But that's the bit that I was trying to get at. It's just that modern day gamers play the passive game rather than playing the active game.
Good game.
And unfortunately, that's just a bit of a shitter of today. So, but we have to adapt to that, and we have to either try to stop them from playing the pussy game, or we have to join them in playing the pussy game.
I will look into that bundle there, that Serious Sam bundle. If it's in my budget.
I definitely don't remember paying for anything other than that. I do remember buying those. But when I played them with Fusion. And Fusion...
That's just a launcher though, isn't it? Fusion?
It has games built into it.
Okay.
Okay, well...
file size, but...
I'll open my Fusion. Let me get off this...
There's actually...
Let me get off this game.
So if there's games built into it, the folder must be rather sizable.
No, not really. It shares a lot of resources.
With what?
With itself.
With itself?
Well, yeah, there's one config file for all the games.
Right.
As an example, as opposed to 4 or 5 different config files. If they have the same textures, they're shared throughout all of the games.
Yeah, but where are all these textures located? What directory are they in? There's got to be a common directory.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you've got 4 games and 4 games use the same texture, that texture has to be stored once, as opposed to 4 different sort of isolated points for the 4 separate games. So that's why it saves a lot. Let me open it up and I'll try and show you.
So it's a rather intelligent way of launching a game.
Yeah. You see, if you're playing it co-op version, right? If you're playing the co-op version of number 3, BFE, and you had the Fusion version and I had the non-Fusion version, we couldn't play together. Because the games are different.
All I know is when I launch it with that Fusion, it just doesn't give me anything but VR.
Are you sat in front of your screen now?
No, I'm in the living room.
Can you sit in front of your screen so I can try and help?
Help?
Well,
help
yeah.
What?
Not by seeing, but by talking through what's on your screen.
I guess I'll go into this nightmare. This nightmare of a room. Shut the drapes.
Curtains.
Okay. Where'd you put the link in the DM message?
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna kill the stream.
Where are you?